the things that I'm not. Well, it seems that I'm caught every time you remind me. You're right to take away my pride, to burn it to the ground so we can start again. My crimes are left here to remind, to burn it to the ground so we can start again. Only soul that has no helper above. Maybe I'm just alone. I trust my gut, but I've never let it go. So far now I wanna know what you thought you had done when you allow me to be all the things that I'm not. Well, it seems like I'm caught every time you remind me. You're right to take away my pride, to burn it to the ground so we can start again. My crimes are left here to remind, to burn it to the ground so we can start again. So burn it to the ground. I lost the course, the fight to change my life. There seems no time for respite. Maybe you should just go. I changed my ways, but I never thought I'd find no time to hide in my mind. In the hope you would stay when you allow me to be all the things that I'm not. Well, it seems that I'm caught every time you remind me. You're right to take away my pride, to burn it to the ground so we can start again. My crimes are left here to remind, to burn it to the ground so we can start again.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our favourite stream of the year, the NFL Draft 2022. The Eagles have 2 first-round picks. We have, I reckon, more cups of coffee between us than the Eagles have picks throughout this draft, and that's just tonight alone. Myself, Liam Jenkins, Brian Cameron, Nick Faria are going to be taking you through all the action. Hopefully some special guests a little bit later on as well. How are you guys doing? Who do you want the Eagles to draft tonight? It's going to be a chaotic ride. I know. Now, the first thing I wanted to address was, so straight away, Nick came in, so we've had our first NFL source come through of the evening saying that Jameson Williams has gas. And I don't know if that means he had like a bag of McDonald's breakfast before draft day or if he's fast, but he apparently has gas. Nick, do you want to expand on what that actually meant and give us our first little tidbit of the evening?
Oh, yeah. So right now it pertains to Jameson Williams, and the big thing was his overall speed. Gas equals speed. Who are we talking about? Doesn't really matter. But that's the big thing here in terms of his overall speed. The report from Justine is saying there are 1 or 2 different teams looking to trade up into the top 10, which coincides with a lot of reports over the last 2 days saying that Philadelphia is looking to trade up into the top 10. The question is, of course, for who?
Yeah, I think that's definitely the biggest question on everyone's lips right now. And I mean, myself, Brian, and Morgan spoke about this at length during Flipping the Birds earlier this week. I wouldn't mind it as long as I said to Morgan, so long as it's a game-changing player and it's someone they're comfortable with. It's hard to mess this up because there are so many holes on the roster. But with that said, I don't think wide receiver is the way to go, purely because, and if you move Jalen Reagor in the trade up, absolutely fine, no worries. But I think the fact right now is his whole team is on development, and you've got someone in Quez Watkins who everyone rallied behind last year, should have had a much better year than he did, had it been for better quarterback play. If you move up to get a receiver, yes, the offense is more explosive, but you are capping him, and you're kind of going against that grain of just allowing players to develop. I would rather see Quez in that Z role for maybe a year or 2, see how he gets on, knowing you can add a free agent, and use that pick to go and land Derek Stingley, Sauce Gardner, Andrew Booth, whoever it may be, just anyone but a wide receiver, because it's the only spot I think there's some mild, immediate congestion on.
Well, I think when you come down to it, I completely agree with that take. And it also coincides with a lot of historical value. So a lot of receivers, and I know Joe Giglio, however you want to pronounce it, I'm terrible with names, for WIP, he was also saying the same thing. Historically, top wide receivers are taking outside of round 1. Devontae Smith, Jamar Chase, and Jalen Waddle really are the exceptions from last year. But when you look at some of this receivers class later on in the draft, Sky Moore is, in my opinion, going to be that second-round guy that I would want the Eagles to target. And I agree. I think if you're going to trade up, you're not trading up for a wide receiver. You're going to be looking to trade up for a top secondary option or top defensive lineman. If they get either of those picks, I've been pounding the table for Kyle Hamilton, feed me Hamilton, for 5 months. I know he's going to fall. History dictates he's going to fall. But even if they don't get him and they get someone like Thibodeau, whether it's Stingley, whether it's honestly even Booth, I'd be very happy with Andrew Booth out of Clemson. There's a lot of guys that Philadelphia could grab trading up for outside of Hamilton that would make me very happy.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, what were you saying, Brian?
Well, I was going to say, to calm the chaos, we'll throw a little bit more gas into it. You trade up for who you want at this point. Like I mentioned on Flipping the Birds, that it's interesting that last year we took Landon Dickerson and we took Devontae Smith. This year you got Jameson Williams being the top choice according to so many people for Philly if he lands at 15. We got him trade up for Devontae Smith last year. I wouldn't put it out the realm of them doing it again for Jameson Williams because you have 2 first-round picks next year. And as we all know, there's a special Alabama quarterback that's going to be available next year if Jalen Hurts doesn't work. So it's kind of like, if you want to really build a team that's, the chemistry's there, the connection's there, I think everybody saw that.
Yeah, I know everyone's got some concerns of when Nick's beautiful face is. I'm not really sure. It should be working. I mean, yeah, it's not something I can control, I don't think, unless I am being a boomer, but I don't think it is. But while we try and sort out those tech difficulties, I will jump in and just say hello to everyone. Isaac's in, Ron's in, Morgan's asking where Nick is. Stephen calls me a sexy beast. He's seen my gym workouts. Haven't seen you in a minute. We've been getting there. There was a spree of YouTube content, and then I got COVID and had to move out and had to isolate with no internet for like 2 weeks. I became a caveman. So we are back. We're just in time for the draft. Thoughts on Corral, says Xander Helms. If I say the term best of a bad bunch, does that help anything or anyone? Like, I don't mind any of the quarterbacks this year, but Kenny Pickett's got concerns because he's got like Liam-sized hands. Malik Willis is Jalen Hurts 2.0. Corral, I don't know who I'd even compare like Corral to.
Mariota,
that's the worst
probably.
thing. Huh?
Mariota.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of Mariota in him for sure. I think Mariota, like Titans Mariota and not Oregon Mariota though. I feel like they're two very different like comparisons. But yeah, I get a lot of that vibe for sure. But yeah, I mean, right now we've got some concert on the NFL Network. I know that the Sixers are also on to Zach, who is our Sixers managing editor, who is going to be around for a lot of this draft, is also tied up. Guys, you know how this works by now if you've been around here before. If not, you're about to. We will be doing giveaways, so if you can guess the first round pick, we will give you a jersey. Well, not out of the hat, out of the winning ones. If you all just get it, then I don't really have $8,000 to spend on a billion jerseys. But yeah, we will be doing some fun giveaways. There's going to be plenty of chaos, lots of interaction with you guys. And some fun things here throughout as well. So make sure you stick around. Give this stream a like. Let me just check what our biggest like stream was on the NFL draft, because I think we can beat it this year. I think we can go all in.
I think it was 2 years ago before the Devontae Smith draft.
We had a big. I reckon we can beat last year's. We'll beat last year's. I think 2020 was like crazy because nobody used YouTube Live and we just somehow captured like lightning in a bottle. But we are more than the 2017 Eagles. We can do this. It's going to be fun. So if you haven't liked the stream already, please do. Drop us your questions as well. I'm sure we will all answer. The most prevalent being, where is Nick? I still don't know, but we will get there eventually.
Liam, try to do a different view, like a grid view maybe. Maybe that would.
Yeah, it just comes up with like it just says "g" for guest use. So like
that's unfortunate.
It just says "g." There's nothing else I can do to it, unfortunately. So let's see where we're at with these streams. Oh, there's so many streams you've got now, because obviously you all do the FTB and Deep by the Rivers. Where are we at? I'll do some digging. While I'm digging for the stats, how are you feeling about pick? So what pick would you rather move from, 15 or 18?
15.
Yeah?
How dare you?
15? Because here's why. It's a very simple thing. You trade up in 15, you're probably trading, and in my mock draft, I had the 15th pick, a third, and a fifth going up to 11. And when you do that, you still have the 18th pick. Let's say a receiver, whether it's London, whether it's Traylon Burks, one of those guys that are still available at 18. The Packers and the Chiefs are already reporting that they want to trade up in this draft. You can get, in theory, a first, maybe next year second, maybe a second this year, to get the ability to trade back into the draft, accumulate more picks for this year and next year, where instead of saying, oh, they gave up 3 picks for whether it's Kyle Hamilton or not, they gave up 3 picks but then added a couple more within that same particular role. If you get 15, think of it like this way. The Bears last season traded 15 up to 11 with the Giants to get Justin Fields, and they gave up a first, next year's first, and a third-round pick. You could seemingly do something similar like that at 15.
I get your point, and it's funny because I'm thinking the opposite direction. I'm thinking about you use 18 to move backwards. You get another pick in the first round. You try to get something higher in the second round. Zach, who I think is coming on soon, I freaking loved his mock draft, and I keep saying that because he used that 18th pick to move back, and he got Detroit's pick for 32 and 34, I believe it was. So, like, you know, ending in a position like that is to me, so much more important than moving up from 15 to like 10 or, 7 or 8, whatever case may be.
Absolutely. Yeah, while we are waiting for the NFL draft to officially start, just quickly going back through some of your comments. Ron says, so if Jameson Williams tore his ACL in January, he won't be available for practice this offseason and probably won't be available at the beginning of the year. Conventional wisdom is a player isn't 100% until a year after the ACL tear. So if he can play this year, it won't be is 100% best. I do think on that note, though, and I said this during flipping the birds as well.
I already know where you're going.
Yeah, the Eagles are in the most comfy position ever to let that player heal because there's no expectation. They're not drafting Jameson Williams with the expectation he's going to be a 1K receiver in year 1, 1.5 in year 2, and get to a championship game. Like, they know they're a developing team. And if that gives Quez a year on the outside, I mean, I'd take that as well. I think that's a win-win for everyone, knowing you've got that insurance policy behind. So, yeah, he's not needed. That's the thing. There's no need to rush. It'd be the exact same with Ojabo, who I think I used that example for recently. So, yeah, it's going to be an intriguing night. Timur's in and says, when are the Eagles trading 15, 18, and 51 for Debo? I'd do it in a heartbeat, to be honest. I mean, until you have to pay the contracts, and then I know there's a 5th-year option, but yeah. Also,
$19 million a year.
Trash Panda and Desert Fox are in. We love to see it. Of course, we still do it. This is our favorite night of the year. I've seen the likes go up. We're on 9 likes now, so I've just checked. 2021, our record was 58 on day 1. 2020 was like 380, I think, because we just somehow nuked YouTube and we're like the top. We had more views on our stream than like actual NFL teams. It was insane. I don't think we'll get there, but I think we can beat 58, boys. We keep it rolling. We reel everyone in. We keep the energy up. I mean, I have had so much caffeine today. Like my body clock's been kind of a bit English. We'll call it very tea time. Body clock right now. So I woke up and had a coffee, an energy drink at 12, an energy drink at 8 p.m. And now I've got this flask full, and there's a tablet in it that has like vitamin B and stuff. I am jacked for this draft. I'll get to like...
Say vitamin again?
Did you say vitamin?
Oh God, yeah, vitamin.
I heard vitamin.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
But really quick, shout out to Desert Fox, who was on FTV. Can we ask him... How is he feeling about Howie today? Because he was very disgruntled about Howie and everybody.
I would say that the tensions of draft day only amplify those emotions. They're only going to get worse. Oh, yeah, Debo was a 2nd-round pick. He doesn't have a 5th. Ah, that makes sense. Uh-oh.
But it's not even just that, though. If you're trading Debo, like the whole point of trading for Debo Samuel is because you think the team right now is a player away from a championship. And I think many Eagle fans agree that they aren't just one player. I
disagree with that, though, because Debo, like, he's still young enough where, like, you keep him for the, you extend him, right? You have Devontae Smith to, like, 2025 under contract.
Yep.
And at that point, like, we don't know what the salary cap's going to look like. We don't know, what the limit's going to be at that point. But you have that already established player. You have this young player that was rumored to, wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. And you have your 2 guys. You're set. You have your Mike Evans and Chris Godwin for nearly a decade. I mean, you get a head start on rebuilding because you have an established player who has, the experience in the NFL already.
You forget that's all very well and good, but we're forgetting 3 main points here that really get in the way of that. Number 1, you're going to have to pay Debo number 1 receiver money that is going to be equal to or even above some of these other contracts that have gone to Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill and so on and so forth.
They won't be above Christian Kirk. We know that.
But so that's number 1. Number 2, we have already seen the reason why Debo Samuel wants out of San Francisco is not because of money. The reason why he wants out of San Francisco is because San Francisco is treating him like Le'Veon Bell type, where they're going to give him 200 overall touches a year, and that is just putting way too much stress on a guy like that. And he wants to have the longevity of these top receivers, so he wants less work. And if you put him in Philadelphia, guess what? You're going to have to be creative with him. It's not so much like
But being creative is different than being a bell cow. You get me? Like you're being creative in moments in the game. You're not being creative every single moment of the game. What like San Francisco was doing was every single moment of the game was in Debo's hand toward the end of the season.
But that kind of leads me to that third point. Even if you take him back a little bit and use 75% of what Debo was in San Francisco, are we really prepared to win games 38-30 or 38-35 every single year? Because this secondary, as well as they played last year, and I think the secondary, the numbers show out better than the eye test, but even the eye test wasn't that bad with the secondary, with how well Darius Slay played. Anthony Harris was pretty good. Rodney McLeod was pretty good. Even Steven Nelson, probably the best number 2 corner the team has had for at least a decade since Sheldon Brown and Lito Shepherd were together. When you look at it from that perspective, are we willing to sacrifice a pick or 2 that's going to go to the secondary this year and even next year for the odds to have Debo, when in reality, if we took a guy like Sky Moore, if we took a guy like Jameson Williams, you get him on the rookie deal for 5 or even 4 years. You can decide on who your rookie quarterback, if it's going to be a rookie quarterback or if it's Jalen Hurts next year, and you have far more flexibility to do things and improve the roster instead of putting all your eggs in the basket on offense and saying, we got to win in a shootout or else we're screwed.
I think you kind of briefly mentioned this as well. I think the one caveat to Debo is that you made 2 valid points and they do correspond. I think a lot of people realise it. It's like, so Debo wants less work and to be paid. Nick's camera works. There we go. He's in. So.
Wait, am I?
Oh, but now Brian's gone. Oh, I don't know. This is very strange. Anyway.
I'm very confused.
Anyway.
Hey, there we go. I see myself on the screen.
You're a star. You're a star.
Out.
So the Debo thing is, so Debo wants a lesser role because he's being absolutely battered and asked to be a star running back and a star receiver. He also wants to be paid more because he absolutely deserves it as the NFL's best playmaker. So the Eagles are going to be paying a premium for production that is theoretically only going to go down because he wants a lesser role. So, like, is he going to be a top 5 guy out of the backfield? No. He's going to be a top 5 receiver? I'd say top 10 if you take, let's say, like a percentage of touches off, and for the fact you've got to facilitate Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert. So you're going to be paying like top 5-10 money for a player that isn't going to ever, I don't think, get you that production in Philadelphia. Elsewhere, absolutely go for it, shoot for the stars. Philadelphia, I just don't think it will happen. There's been a lot of talk about McDuffie, I think, over the past few hours that I've seen. So I put a tweet out yesterday saying, like, if the Eagles draft blank, we riot, and sort of who is it? The biggest answer I got early on was Drake London, which I absolutely agree with. He is just J-Jaw 2.0 in my opinion. The other answer I got towards the end was McDuffie, who everyone's seeing as this, there's a lot of comparisons to almost like Sidney Jones I'm seeing recently, which is a bit weird. I don't know, maybe it's just the name thing. Like, if he was called, I don't know, Supreme Johnson, would he be, more liked? Is it just because he's called McDuffie and it's not intimidating? I don't know. I mean, he's not bad. He's just not at the level of... He's almost at that weird, middle point, isn't it? Where he's not quite 3rd, 4th round value.
Is it because he's small?
And he's not first,
Is that why you kind of
second.
turned off about him?
Huh?
No.
Is it because he's small? Is that why you kind of turned off about him?
No, because I mean, let's just say this. I mean, I almost beat up Devontae Smith in a boxing match, so it's nothing to do with that.
Yeah, we have that recorded.
You know what it is?
That
And I think it's a very fair statement. I know we got into an argument about this a couple weeks ago. The Pac-12 is not a premier conference when it comes to bringing in NFL talent anymore. When you're talking about the blue chip top players, I look at a guy like McDuffie, and I know Zach, who's going to be jumping on. I know, Brian, you were mentioning this. The move to safety for him would be fantastic, and he could be a really good safety. I get all that. But do I trust a Pac-12 player or an SEC player? Take, for example, the comparison between Stingley and McDuffie. Stingley has had some really bad film over the last couple of years. He hasn't been healthy, a lot of issues going in and out. But I trust him dominating his freshman season and even having some good moments in the last couple of years in the SEC over McDuffie playing well in the Pac-12.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
It's an intriguing process. I think we've got. Is Zach on? Is Zach in the call?
He was here and he disappeared a bit.
Okay.
Are we all on video yet, Nick?
No. We've got Nick and now you've disappeared. But I love it. But I will say that the one issue we've got is that it's now not me. So that's okay. Zach's gone. Never mind.
I think Brian just jumped back. I have no idea what's going on this screen. Is there a way to minimize this?
I wish I
knew. BC.
I wish.
It's like an intro, intro to a wrestling match. This is BC and pulsating, and then Nick shows up.
Stingley has a list. I think so, because I think I remember comparing him oddly enough to the injury that Cravon had, just because Captain
But he
Cravon
came
lives
back.
in my heart. But it's it was 6 months, isn't it? He was out, Stingley.
Yeah, but wasn't he performing in his pro day?
Yeah, no, he's healthy.
Yeah.
He's fully healthy.
He's fully healthy now.
Yeah.
I do have breaking news. The number 1 overall pick has been decided. It is going to be Trayvon Walker.
Oh, really?
Already?
Oh, that's already breaking. It's going to be Trayvon Walker.
This is the only thing that pisses me off about the NFL draft nowadays. We find out way before anybody hits the podium, anybody gets an announcement. So it's a bad spoiler in my opinion. I hate it.
Yeah.
Listen, this is why I'm here. I'm going to be ahead of it. You're going to know what's going to happen before it happens. This is why I am here.
This is how we do it. Right, apparently my microphone's, I battered it somehow, so sorry for that. Hopefully I'll make it better. I'm not really sure what I've done to it, but well, I'll try my best. But the NFL draft is officially underway, so we're live, which is good. Oh, no, never. I've just realised I'm on NFL Network and they're just showing the Super Bowl again. And I was like, why is Chris Collinsworth there? And then I was like, oh, no, it makes sense. Okay, my bad.
ESPN has the longest intro in the freaking world. It's 8:01 already.
I'm just gonna be holding this sign for I think every 15, 20 minutes, just as a reminder that Kyle Hamilton is going to be a Philadelphia Eagle, and he's going to fall. And when he falls to 11, the Eagles will trade up with Washington exactly like they did with Dallas last year, and they're going to have the safety that they have been coveting since Malcolm has left.
I mean, I like Hamilton, but I also feel like if it's me and I'm Howie Roseman, the way I have to view this draft is like, it's just a drop off in talent. Like, you've got 2 first-round picks. You know you can allocate like 2 roster holes being filled. So like, where are the spots where like the first-round talent's that good and second and below is? And I think wide receivers, okay, you can get depth. We've spoke about Christian Watson. We spoke George Pickens. Safety, Lewis Signs there. Obviously, Jalen Petre. Is it Petre? Pitt? I don't know how to say his name because I'm British, so it could be.
I think it's Petre.
Petre, yeah.
But
okay. I think you look at defensive line, I think that is a bit of a steeper drop-off, but it does lead straight into these athletic monsters where you can get some fun guys later on. So it depends how you see that. To me, that the one area they can spend heavy is defensive line, just because that drop-off isn't there. I think Kyle Hamilton, in terms, if you're going best player available, I think Kyle Hamilton outside the top 10 is generational talent at a discount. Is that going to be the best way to spend that money? I don't know. I wouldn't complain. I wouldn't complain about it. Like, I'll be happy with it because.
But you have a good point, because safety, and to your point, safety is pretty deep in this draft. Like, you could go into the second round and pick up a Brisker, pick up a Petre. There's another kid that falls into the second round that's slipping my mind right now.
Yeah, Penn State, isn't he? Yeah.
But I got to be honest, guys. When we talk about the generational talents on the defense, and this is if Sauce Gardner and Stingley. And I'll even go as far as Johnson aren't there. Let's say those 3 guys, the end from Florida State, the 2 corners are out of the conversation, and the Eagles have a chance to go after Kyle Hamilton. You look at teams that have traded up in the draft to draft safeties. Pittsburgh comes to mind in 2003 when they traded up for Troy Polamalu. Ed Reed was drafted in the early 20s to the Baltimore Ravens. Earl Thomas, if I remember correctly, was an 11th overall pick. Outside of the top 10, and if you can get a safety like that, even Derwin James fell to 19. If we're talking about the top safety that can change a defense, if you put Kyle Hamilton in this defense right now with Darius Slay, that secondary no longer is as big of a weakness as they came into this particular draft. It's a must.
What's more important for each scheme? Like, what's the most important position for Jonathan Gannon versus what's the more important position for Nick Sirianni? Where can you actually get a real, true game changer going forward? I feel like that's the way the Eagles are looking at it.
But it's about just the best play. You mentioned it. Best player going forward is Kyle Hamilton. People are having him as the 4th overall best player in this draft. And the only reason he is falling, is because of a slow 40 time, and no one wants to pay a safety $15, $20 million. But was Ed Reed worth $20 million? Was Troy Polamalu? You bet your ass they were.
Can we take a moment and just admire Zach's mustache?
Yeah, Zach's a beautiful guy, man.
It's the mustache.
Is it? I can't see his webcam.
I'm sorry to be late coming to the party. I'm in what is now my 4th, well, technically my 3rd backup office.
Why are you living in your place?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's not even at my place. So I'm on another location tonight. But happy to be here with you guys and excited for the draft. Excited for what the Eagles have in store for us, and just see what happens, because this draft is. I mean, it's just interesting. Like there's so much curiosity surrounding it. At least I don't know. I don't want to go back over things you guys already talked about, but this is like one of the least sure I've been about a draft like heading into it in a while.
I don't mean to cut in, Liam. I'm sorry. I'm just hearing later reports. This is what I do, people. This is
on the bingo card. It's fine. It's on the bingo card.
Every year.
The main point that I was going to bring up, and this was just brought up in the latest reports, but with Trayvon Walker going number 1, the question's going to come down to who goes number 2, whether it's Aiden Hutchinson, whether it's a quarterback, whether it's an offensive line, whether it's a tackle. If Aiden Hutchinson drops, and let's say the Lions take Thibodeau, I don't think the Jets are going to take him. I don't think the Giants are going to take him, because Hutchinson or even Thibodeau, if they do not get picked at number 2, you're going to see both of them drop potentially outside of the top 5.
I don't know. The Giants might, because they do have they're in like Philadelphia territory, but just somehow it's even harder to mess up. So I mean, I don't know. It will be very interesting. I think New York will be the team that will kick the draft one way or the other for sure, no matter what happens. But yeah, I did just want to say, excuse me as well, welcome to Zach, first and foremost. And secondly, that yeah, if you are new and you're hearing Nick for the first time, this will become our new norm. I mean, I could be saying like, oh, that guy's just going through a really rough break. And I go, yeah, reports in, guys. Josina Anderson is and it's amazing. It is what we love him for. The guy is just an absolute baller. And he's had some very wholesome news today as well. So big shout out to Nick. Do you want to talk a little bit about that, or do you want to save it, keep it private? I'm not sure if it's allowed, not maybe. Keep it shush.
Let's wait until Saturday to announce it, I'm thinking.
All right.
But definitely great freaking news going on right now.
Absolutely. I have no idea who any of these guys are on the stage, by the way. Is that like, I don't know. Am I meant to know them? I missed the name tags, which doesn't help, so I'm very uncultured if they're...
Wait, what happened?
Oh, there are just 3 people. Oh, is it Derek Carr? Oh, it's Derek Carr. Oh, no, I see it now. No, it's okay. No, it's Derek Carr's got a man bun, for crying out loud. That makes sense. Okay, it's Vegas. Didn't think of that. My bad.
Yeah.
Standard helmet with the comment of the night. Can it just start already?
So really quick, before everything kind of gets underway, I don't know if Liam, if you had this in mind, but who's everybody's number 1 pick for the Eagles? That you feel like, you know, it's a must-have, except for Nick. Nick is banned from this.
I was going to say, do we really need
You're on timeout. Whatever the timeout button is, we're going to hit it in a second. But who's everybody's number 1 guy?
I would say Hamilton. Just if in a dream scenario, Hamilton.
You've been banned as well.
But from my heart says Hamilton, my head says Jordan Davis or Wyatt. I think those 2 for me would be like, right, just play it safe. Don't get too cocky. Don't get, too cute. Just take the safe picks, invest long term, and away we go. That would be the guys that I want.
No,
I have a report.
You can use your raise hand feature now. Yeah, that's right. Let Brian finish his segment, and we can bring you in.
That's fine. That's fine. Brian, go ahead, man.
His username is not Nick Farias. So like, I freaking love Nick every year, man. It's phenomenal. I live for this. I'm not lying. This is phenomenal. Zach, who do you have in mind?
Yeah, it's tough. I've been trying to wrap my brain around it. There's so many. The thing I feel like with this draft is that it may be lighter on star potential, but there's a lot of depth to it in this first round. So there's a lot of guys who I'm really, I wouldn't be upset if the Eagles go with them. But I wrote about this in my mock draft, and I'm just really a big fan of Chris Olave. I mean, he's more than just an amazing route runner. That's what you hear first and foremost with him. But he really just has a complete game. And one thing that really separates him in my eyes over his counterpart Garrett Wilson from Ohio State. Wilson has a little bit of a drop problem, and maybe I'm just a little gun shy after the Eagles' history with receivers with concentration issues. But a guy like Olave is someone who I think could really help the development of Jalen Hurts and be a star receiver here for a long time. So if he's there at 15 and they pick him 15, I'm happy.
All right, before Nick's head explodes.
So the latest report coming out of Carolina is that they are not anticipating any trades at number 6 right now. That could change if the offensive lineman they prefer is not there. But as of right now, it looks like if there's a team that wants to trade up, Atlanta at 8 is the place to be.
I just want to know why the Jaguars are taking 10 minutes to announce Walker. Like, just
Yeah, they feel all of this has been gamesmanship, and I don't know what it's very Doug Peterson. Let me say,
there he is. Look
it's
at the big
pointless game.
dog. Sorry, have you
So,
seen it? Can
like,
you see it?
I don't understand why they're waiting it out just to get the result, but it is what it is. It's Jacksonville. Honestly, if I were Jacksonville, considering it in my mind, there's no clear consensus number one, I would have traded back out of one. Maybe listening to last minute offers, but I'm thinking likely they're still going to go with Walker number one overall.
I can't believe Tony Khan's in the war room. What a hero. Love it.
The one thing in terms of Walker that you're hearing, and an earlier report, I believe, from Pelissero, was that the NFL was basically begging Jacksonville to hold on to the pick. Don't announce it. Don't spread it out. Obviously, that did not happen. But for a long time, you were hearing two conflicting reports where the GM Balky wanted Walker
Is that
and
his name,
Doug
Balky?
wanted the tackle.
That's how you pronounce it, Balky?
Balky, yeah.
I was
Trent
going
Balky.
Balk.
If I mispronounced it, I'm sorry. He's probably going to be on the
Doesn't
job.
really matter. Let's be honest.
To me, it does. I mean, imagine walking around saying my last name Balky.
But, we heard Doug Peterson, and one of the reasons why Doug Peterson, resigned, got fired from Philadelphia, was because he wanted some control over his coaching staff. He wanted some control over some of the decisions that were being made. It's interesting that his first draft, and it seems, again, we don't know what's going on in the war room, but it seems that he's already missed out on the number one pick in terms of who he actually wanted.
Do we know who he wanted?
Really quick, Desert Fox. Liam's eating his whole Easter basket to stay awake. I'll just let Nick talk his game. I'm just sat there munching like a little chocolate bar, just nodding and smiling, having a whale of a time. We're not even a pick into the draft yet. I've already been called out. It's atrocious. Hey, Zach, how are the Sixers doing? Are you able to dual wield both, or are you sticking to one?
Yeah, they are. I am dual wielding right now. It's just past halftime. It's a close game. Sixers were up one last I checked. Third quarter may have started by now. But the biggest thing is that somehow, some way, Chris Boucher is still killing the Sixers. And it makes absolutely no sense. Boucher has, what is he up to, 19 points at the half? 19 points and 9 rebounds. Chris Boucher is a role player. So it's good on the Sixers for staying close in the game, especially on the road. Very bad for letting a very average player, Chris Boucher, get 19 points and 9 rebounds and a half. So I felt really good going into this one. I bought myself a little celebration material, and I still feel good. Not great, but I feel good.
You can celebrate one way or another with a Hennessy bottle.
Well, see, that's the thing, is that I have whether or not Sixers win or if the Eagles have at least one good draft pick. That's what I've decided on tonight. So, or if everything goes wrong, I still have my Henny. So
exactly.
One way or another, you still have your Henny.
Big shout to Energy Getter as well. I missed you. I missed all of you. I'm really glad that we're back doing what we do best, which is chaotically covering football. 18 likes so far. We can push to 20 by the time Jacksonville actually make their pick. That would be brilliant. I mean, I think we could probably hit 50 by then, to be honest, the way they're going. But yeah, we'll be here all weekend, guys. So we're going to do rounds 1, then 2 and 3 tomorrow, then obviously 4 to 7 on Saturday. So plenty of content coming. We'll have articles through the draft. So if you are planning on sticking around or just want to watch and chill with us, then definitely make sure to hit that like button. Dan's got himself an Italian sub from, is it Molinari's? Is that how you pronounce it? The place? Molinari's?
I'm not frozen. I really don't know.
No, I wasn't sure. I'm not sure if he was like close. If it's like a Philadelphia thing, or if you guys were close to. Not a clue. Dan will fill us in. It's fine. I just have chocolate and Pringles. If you guys have Pringles in America, that's all I've got.
I got sweet potato fries and beer.
I should have got beer, but my beer got delivered to my old house, which is. I was fuming. But we're over 20. Oh, he's in San Fran. That's why he's in San Francisco. That's why everyone was just looking like, what? That would make sense. I thought it was like a Philly thing. My apologies, Dan. Let's get to 50. That's the spirit, Kemp. They're on 22. We're flying up now. 35 people in the stream. The Jags are, well, it's still fine. Why are they milking this so much? It's such a... if it was me and I was attending the draft and Jacksonville, I'd just walk over to the hotel, like, play a hand of blackjack, lose my money, come back, see if they're picked yet, and go from there, if that was me.
You know what I think is happening? I think Howie's calling Jacksonville, and Doug just hanging up on him, so they're just playing a little game with Howie right now.
I just can't believe Tony Khan's just sat there.
The reports are now filing in. Ari Maroff, Albert Breer, Trayvon Walker is going to be the pick. They took a long time because they were asked by the NFL to do so. And normally number one overall picks are decided days in advance. I remember Matthew Stafford in 2009 when he was drafted. The contract was signed on draft day, and the details were already announced. So this is pretty late compared to some of these other decisions that have been made. But again, with Walker being picked, now the question goes down to what are the Lions going to do at 2? And then consequently, what are the Texans going to do at 3? Because the Jets have had conversations of trying to move number 10 from this draft. The thought process is that they would take Sauce Gardner at 4. That's the latest coming out from Connor Hughes of The Athletic. They want Sauce Gardner. There's still a chance that they could take an edge rusher. But again, it's this rolling cycle where if the Lions blow this whole thing up and take a quarterback, you could see teams like Pittsburgh, you could see teams like the Saints look to trade with Seattle or even Atlanta into that top 10 as well.
Can we talk about how Twitter's roasting Derek Carr over his haircut?
Dude, I love Derek Carr's haircut.
They're saying that he looks like guy from Avengers.
It's so cool. Justice for mullets is what I say. That is, I don't know when I didn't even recognize him. I was like, I don't know any of the people on stage. Then I realized, obviously, at number 1. Then I was like, oh, it's Derek Carr. Then
somebody said that looks like he could sell a mean 1987 Buick.
He's phenomenal. I'm gonna do that. Who remembers, right, COVID level Liam when I had like the man bun and a mullet at the same time? Look, I rate Derek Carr's hair. I will stand behind him all day.
And bullet.
Yeah, it was an atrocious time in my life. We've all agreed. It's all fine.
Everyone's grown up since then.
Yeah. But guys, if you're just joining us, welcome. You haven't missed too much so far. Just Jacksonville taking Trayvon Walker. TK's in the room. Tony Khan, so assuming he's got to make, he's got to probably be wrestling next week for AEW. So that's going to be fun for Trayvon. His NFL debut just being postponed because of that. But that means we can turn to Detroit. I mean, this is where things really get fun now, as Nick was saying. I don't know. I could see them going edge and doubling down. I could also see that, like, Hutch feels to be the guy for me. If I'm Detroit, Hutch is the
hometown,
guy.
yeah.
It makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah.
Hometown guy, staying in Michigan, that type of thing. I absolutely agree. But there were rumblings this morning of maybe they take a quarterback, maybe they take a tackle. That offensive line was not very good last year, and there's a lot. This is a very strong tackle class, especially within the first 5. I fully anticipate it's going to be Hutchinson, but if it isn't, I wouldn't be surprised if that blows the whole draft to smithereens.
Yeah, I mean, if they go quarterback, I don't think they go quarterback number 2. I think more so what you see is them move 32 and 34 to try and move up. That was one thing that I talked about, a possibility of the Eagles trading down from 18. But regardless of that, if they try to move 32 and 34 to hop over the Steelers or the prime team in my mind.
It's now official. It's going to be Aiden Hutchinson.
There it is.
It makes all the sense in the world.
We're just staying Michigan alum, staying in Michigan. It's an easy pick.
Yeah.
And now the fun begins. What is Houston going to do?
Number 1 overall pick. Like, Trayvon Walker was a guy who just flew up draft boards, and I'm not saying anything against, Walker necessarily, although I have my concerns with a late blooming high flyer like Walker. But Hutch was, ever since Thibodeau fell, has been pretty much the consensus number 1. So to get him at 2, that's a huge win for Detroit.
Yeah.
I completely. It was past week that Walker really jumped up out of nowhere, and people were saying he's been number 1. He's been number 1.
Yeah, it did feel like quite impromptu,
He
didn't it?
looked at
I
it
agree.
second, third round prospect.
100% agree with that. I feel like Houston are just the sort of team to just mess it up as well, though, from here. Like, if there was any team to somehow mess it up, it would be Houston. I feel like they're...
Well, Go ahead,
sorry,
Liam.
man. No, I was going to say, I feel like they might try and draft, like, knowing how the Jets are similar to the Eagles with their draft needs and stuff. Like, I could very easily see Sauce going very early.
I think Sauce goes at 4.
Sauce and the Sauce to Jets conversation has grown outside of Jet circles. I mentioned the report from Connor Hughes this morning where a lot of Jet people in the building were talking about Sauce. But it really all depends on what Houston does here, because if Houston goes Thibodeau or Stingley, you may be able to get a defensive end and have Thibodeau fall right back down in your lap. And they desperately need a pass rusher.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the Jets, one of the things that I heard is that they might be potentially moving on from Mekhi Becton. So obviously that lineman is huge to them, and it's a matter of who do they prefer. I think Ikem Ekwonu, if I'm pronouncing his last name right. But Ikem was the favorite for them. So depends on what Houston does. If they go for a corner, if they go for Sauce, if they go for Stingley, obviously that's your pick of the litter then at tackle. Or if they go with a guy like Evan Neal or Cam, that changes things for the Jets. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see. I don't know if you see Thibodeau go as early as 4 still. I still think that there are a lot of concerns within certain NFL camps about him. So I am unsure if he goes before 7, to be honest.
But Zach, it's a very good point, and I think one of the fair things that have been asked over the last couple of days, what are the concerns? Because when you look at it, and I'm going to come around and say this, he's not the defensive lineman with an arrest on his rap sheet. There is a defensive lineman with an arrest on his rap sheet. It's Wyatt out of Georgia.
Yeah.
That's not Thibodeau. Thibodeau's been...
I've heard is the lack of bend at the ankles has been bothering a lot of people. It doesn't bother me too particularly. I think that he's not the perfect athlete, obviously, because you want that ideal bend. He's so much better than anyone the Eagles have. For me, it's to the point where for a lot of teams, I think the Giants, for instance, it's a no-brainer to draft them. For the Giants, it's really as simple as, well, can I have my cake and eat it too? So with them at 5 and 7, for instance, because they need a tackle as well. If they go with a tackle, if there are still somehow 3 tackles on the board when they're at 5, you go ahead and you take Thibodeau, and then you will still have, or even 2 premier tackles, and you'll have another premier tackle when you're at 7. So that's really the only team that concerns me about taking him early. From everything I've heard, not that I agree with it, it just seems like Thibodeau's not too high on teams' big boards.
But that's so straight, because you see the interviews that have happened over the last couple of days. He's a very well articulated guy,
smart kid.
and he's extremely intelligent. You look at it and say, what's the problem? What is the problem with a player like that? And you talk about, well, it's the lack of effort, it's the lack of this, it's the lack of that. Is that really the case when he was still putting up very good numbers for the most part? And this is where I kind of get frustrated, because you have some players who, let's be quite frank, sit out on the overall bowl games, and you have players sitting on bowl games, and then those questions come in and say, well, we don't want to, he doesn't have that competitive edge. And I don't think that's very fair when we talk about a player like Thibodeau. He's a great player.
I think everything's always overblown when it comes to things like that in the draft, as well as, like, for example, George Pickens. They're saying his off the field issues and his attitude is gonna be a big thing going forward. But you saw, like, even Michael Parsons when he got drafted by the Cowboys, and I played for example, but he kind of, like, tempered himself down to be a professional, and he's on one of the better defensive players in the league. So it's kind of like,
well, even on top of that, to a degree, like, 2 of the positions that you really kind of want, or you want a personality, you expect a diva. It's wide receiver and it's corner. They just listen. You need the fire. That's it. That's just flat out it. Some of the the best wideouts and corners out there, they have the attitude. So firing a guy, that doesn't necessarily bother me on the outside.
Derek Stingley is the first corner taken off the board. He's going to the Texans.
So Sauce Gardner is definitely going to the Jets next.
Yeah, Sauce is going to New York.
What does this do because there was obviously rumors of, like, for Philadelphia, well, are they going to move up? And if it is for a corner, now you're stuck, because the Giants aren't really going to want to budge. I don't know, man.
This potentially works out.
It doesn't make sense that the Texans didn't go Thibodeau. Like it makes all the sense in the world for them to get a player like him, opposed to getting a cornerback where you can probably get in the later rounds.
Nothing the Texans do makes sense. Let's be
that's
fair
right.
right from the get go. Nothing the Texans do makes sense.
Off of that, like it wouldn't surprise me at all if the Texans were too afraid because of the Thibodeau Jadeveon Clowney comparisons. They could very much get in their own head about that kind of situation and overthink it, which could very well be what happened.
Be fair. They also have a pick at 13, and in my opinion, what this does, this takes them out of the Kyle Hamilton sweepstakes altogether. So if Hamilton continues to fall like this into the top 10, outside the top 10, Philadelphia's going to have a chance to trade up.
Now, it's hard to say Hamilton's going to fall when you have if Sauce is the next pick. What's the likelihood that Hamilton truly falls out of the top 6 or 7?
Because the receivers are still around. There's going to be a very strong round.
Let's forget about the offensive tackles. I mean, these tackles are going early.
Oh yeah. They need them. You look at the Giants. You look at, Atlanta needs a tackle. Seattle needs a tackle.
If the Jets truly are infected, they also need a tackle.
All right, so what if you're Howie Roseman and you're looking at those teams that need a tackle? You want to move up for, be it one of the wideouts, be it for a corner, and you can somehow shit out Andre Dillard in a trade, and just so you can get your tackle. You get your tackle it can be a spot starter. He's like, what, 25 now? 25, 26? I'm not saying he's going to be, the same ceiling as someone like a Conway, but if you can move back 5 spots and still take another box, I don't see why a team wouldn't do that, to be honest.
You get an experienced player at tackle instead of a rookie that with the rookie curve.
I'd do it if I was. I'm not biased. So I would definitely do it if I was any team looking for a tackle. The thing with Dylan was like that first year was always so weird. And then they threw him to right tackle, and Jason Peters was like, "Yeah, I would have done that." And it's like, "Yeah, bit late now, Jason, isn't it? Bit late."
Freaking Jason Peters.
Yeah, and then obviously Jordan Mailata rises up, and he becomes this like spot starter / backup, and he's a fringe starter, is what he is, but was a first round pick. Is cheap for 1 more year in an option, I'm assuming. Like, you could easily get, like, if you're gonna do it, you're gonna get value now. That's the thing. Like, it's the same with Derek Barnett. They had an opportunity to do it 2 years ago. They had an opportunity to do it last year. And eventually that value dwindles. Like, if they're going to move Dillard, I think this has to be the year because, again, you've got teams looking for tackles, our early ones. You can mortgage that to move back, like, 5 spots. I would do it if it was me. But again,
how many
what do I know?
How many years do you give the Texans to trade Derek Stingley?
3.
Okay.
They're gonna give Lovey 2 years. And then that 3rd year, they're going to fire him because they're not going to be good. And they'll try to put in McCown again. And they'll try to make Josh McCown the head coach. And it's just going to blow up in their face. I will say the one thing, the one common denominator so far that I am seeing is with Stingley's pick, that basically means a tackle is going to be available for Carolina at 6, the top 3. And that basically takes them out of the trade down sequence for Philadelphia.
Tell you what, that tape of Stingley against Jamar Chase at LSU is so saucy, if you pardon the pun. It's so good. He's a baller. The kid is so good at press, and it's like that's the one thing that I think separates a lot of corners. Like, can you hang the hat on them at the line of scrimmage to not? Especially in this day and age, to not draw PI flags all the time. Like, if Stingley didn't have that injury, like, I think he would have somehow people would have traded up for him. But he's such a good player, man. Like, he's got to be like the Justin Jefferson of the corner position, of just like, but blows out year 1. I think like he's got that star quality in him.
But how about that matchup? Because the Eagles play the South this year. Derek Stingley against Devontae Smith is going to be a great matchup to watch.
It's going on OnlyFans afterwards, straight away. Like, for both players, like, whether it's route running, whether it's the hip switch, just, like, get a little bit of the weekend on in the background and have yourself a Saturday night, boys, because it's just remarkable. I can't wait for that, for sure. So, Jets are on the clock. First corner's off the board. Thibodeau's still there. Are they going to be pressured into getting a corner? Are they going to go for a tackle? I don't know, man. It's so weird.
They're not going O-line. They're not going to go O-line. It's either going to be Sauce or it's going to be Thibodeau.
Yeah.
Or Hamilton.
Or Hamilton.
Yeah, I think we're
knock
under
it off. Knock it off.
Jermaine Johnson.
No Hamilton.
Actually.
He's falling in the draft.
Did you get the notification?
What? I'm following along right now. I'm following along. I'm ahead of the game right now, bro. You can't pass that off. I'm at least a pick ahead.
Chance that instead of Thibodeau, that the Jets may actually opt for someone like a Jermaine Johnson with a bigger athletic profile.
Great question.
Mm-hmm.
It's really something that teams fall in love with to a fault, and so again, not to harp on the alleged bend issues with Thibodeau, but if that's really what's holding teams back, well, a player like Johnson, could end up just jumping Thibodeau altogether.
Yeah.
Why is this Jets pick causing so much anxiety?
I'm starting to get a little nervous myself.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it.
Get a little bit.
We're getting closer. We're getting closer to Howie land.
I know. It's just gradually falling. It's not even players that fall into that territory. It's like the picks. Like as soon as the clock moves on, Howie's just licking his lips, like waiting. But we've got 40 of you watching, guys. If you're just joining us, welcome. The NFL draft is rocking and rolling. We're currently on pick 4. The Eagles, you can see on the right, have picks 15, 5. The Eagles are on pick 15 and 18. So yeah, if you are hanging out with us, thank you for spending your Thursday evening. Do drop a like. That would be amazing if you could. We're almost at 30. We're pushing 30, which is good to start the evening. Is it Sauce?
Sauce Gardner. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So Thibodeau.
So honestly, I'm now getting a little nervous with Kyle because the Giants are going to want Thibodeau. Giants are going to want Thibodeau either at 5 or 7. So they'll probably take a tackle here. The Carolina will take a tackle at 6. The Giants will take Thibodeau. And then the question is, what does Atlanta and Seattle do at 8 and 9?
Well, I feel realistically Atlanta should be looking for a wideout at some point.
They should be looking for a lot. They need a quarterback. They need a receiver. They need an offensive
line. Speaking on
line.
Atlanta wideout, like, why? Okay, let me phrase this question the right way. Why shouldn't the Eagles still trade for Ridley? I mean, it's a 1-year suspension. It's not like he's alcohol.
You trade him next year.
Drugs.
Agent this year.
Why can't you trade for him?
You trade him next year.
And just have him, suspended as an Eagle.
Because
contract up though.
Huh?
When's his contract up?
Next year, isn't it? Or year after?
Is it?
Year after, yeah.
Oh, is it a year after? Okay, yeah. Then in that case, potentially, yeah.
Right. So I did a first round mock earlier. I want to see how many I've got right. So first 2, I've already got wrong by 3. Never mind, and 4. So I got 2 picks in. I got 2 picks in and got it wrong. So that went well.
Oh my God! I had hope for you.
I know. I was thinking, if I do it on the day of the draft, surely I'll have a good understanding.
Brought it up. You must be doing pretty good, and yeah.
He was so confident about it. Oh, I did not. Let me see what I did. Oh, I got 3 wrong.
I gotta be honest. I still feel confident about Kyle falling in the draft. Just doing the math. Seattle or Atlanta are taking either a tackle or a quarterback that could do a lot of different things outside of safety.
Oh, Thibodeau.
Oh, Thibodeau's at 5.
The Giants? Or am I being
No, they're probably gonna take tackle.
Shout out to Derek as well. Derek Bob's in the chat. Our former Flyers connoisseur. Inside sources telling me the Eagles are looking at a way to redraft Thor. I miss Derek. Come back for a 3rd rodeo, Derek. We miss you. We love you to bits.
Just stay. Just stay.
Just no better time to come back. I mean, ask Nick, who's dropping some special news at some point, potentially. Hint, hint, hint. We're lovely. It's all good. We love you. But I hope you're all well. I hope Sully's doing well. And the rest of the family as well. We adore you still. You're one of our Hall of Famers. Yeah, I'm still a bit stunned, to be honest, at the way things have fallen, as you can tell by my currently now 2 for 5 mock draft. Kemp would have got them all right. Yeah. Kemp is seeded. Well, I'll tell you what, next year we'll open up. We'll do a fan mock draft competition where you guys submit your mock drafts and I'll rate them on a stream or a video or something. That would be fun. That would be chaotic. I'm down for that. So then you can have your moment in the sun, Kemp, and it'll just be like the union knowledge all over again.
Nick looks like he's about to lose it.
Yeah, my TV's glitching on me right now, and I'm ready to throw my entire television out the window.
I was something bad in
that got the reaction.
Yeah.
What? No, nothing yet. I have faith. I still have faith. We're 15 minutes in. Feed me Hamilton.
I don't know, man.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. We are speaking it
the
into
reason why
existence.
everybody's here tonight, just to let everyone know, the Sixers are up by 15 at the moment. So
Yes.
What
finally.
quarter?
everything going well up in Toronto.
What
Oh,
quarter?
Lord, they've been giving me so much
It's
anxiety.
third quarter. About 7 minutes left.
Does it
Oh,
bother
that's
anyone
Oh,
so
so
that
we've
good.
still got time for the
they're
fourth quarter collapse. That's fine.
Yeah, that's a whole other.
I love how
Does it
Gardner
bother
went the
anybody
wrong
that-
way. Like, that's such a promising sign. What a baller.
Oh yeah, no, that's exactly what you want out of your corner. That's great.
just situational awareness and knowing where the boundary is. Just
Player comp,
gone.
Jalen Mills.
Not
No,
a
it's
clue.
great.
I don't know why there's that mirror there and this guy just giving everyone a cap. Like, it's so weird, but all right, fair enough.
Yeah, make sure your cap's right before you go out.
Well, it's not. He's wonky.
Well, no, that's fine, Liam.
Is
It's
it?
intentional.
I imagine if I did that, I'd look atrocious. I can't wear hats anyway. My forehead's too big, so. Mine become
Wait,
like flat down, like helmet visors, just above my eyebrows, and I walk around. Like...
Just get a Chip Kelly visor. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Do you know, I did debate visors. I started looking at visors when I'm playing golf, and I'm like, I can't bring myself to wear a visor in public, man. Like, I just can't do it.
Giants are taking extremely long.
I think they're debating on the tackles.
They debate how
Oh, yeah.
to tackle this draft pick.
But the thing is, they're at 7. So, like I said before, if you have another guy on your board and you're worried about Carolina, like you must be sure Carolina's taking a tackle. If you're that worried about the tackles right now.
That's
Can we
probably
make,
the
like,
thing right
bets
now
right
with
there
New
with
York.
If Hamilton actually falls to the Eagles or they trade up for Hamilton, like something has to happen like crazy for if that does happen.
Doesn't have to be.
I feel like
Just
you should
watch.
shave your head live on the stream.
No. I already said what I'm going to do. I'm going to pour a bucket of soda on me, and I'm going to shave my ass.
I don't think anyone wants that, Nick. Why don't you go out and
wanna
pick up a
see
nice
that. Hold on.
bottle and down it?
I don't want to see that.
Right. I'll tell you what we'll do, though, as a promise. Every 10 likes we get, we will play the Clayton Thorson song.
No.
How about
No,
that?
we're
That's
No.
content. We won't sing it, just the instrumental, no words, but we can all get excited. So we're 2 away from a Clayton Thorson song extravaganza. We're 1 away, so the people want it. I'm just giving the people what they want, alright? We're 4 picks in, technically 5. We need the chaos. And it's just good
police
vibes.
don't
I
know
can't
what
wait
the
for
hell.
5 a.m. to get a call from the police asking what's going on. Oh, it's
that's
got a bottle of
cool.
sauce on it. Oh, do you know what? That is the coolest necklace
That's
thing I've ever
amazing.
seen. That's so sick.
Yeah.
We've got 30. We're coming in.
Whoa!
Someone, whoa,
Hamilton.
hang on, whoa, time out. Someone unliked it. Someone unliked the stream.
Hamilton.
Kayvon Thibodeau is the pick for the Giants.
Oh yeah. I called it.
Wow. So you know what that means? Whoever argued that Carolina was going to take him at 6 said, don't wait on the tackle.
Yeah.
Pick him now.
It's a good shout. I mean, it's just like, if you can do it, you know, you don't want to be...
Yeah.
Imagine, like, if that lived rent-free in your head, like, you didn't take Thibodeau thinking you could get him at 7 and he goes at 6. You would literally have sleepless nights about it.
Yeah.
I got to be honest.
Exactly.
I'm a little nervous about this Giants draft because that Thibodeau pick at 5 is very good.
Yeah.
And you're
I've
going to
heard
get a
that
tackle.
much on Charles Cross for their tackle. So, assuming that Carolina goes with either Kem or Evan Neal, I don't know. I wasn't as high on Cross as some others, and maybe the fact that these tackles are falling changes the plan for New York. But if it is Charles Cross, that kind of might be the best case scenario for Philadelphia based on my opinion of these tackles.
There we go. Right,
I
I've made
wonder-
it official now, down there on the stream.
He's gonna fall. He's gonna fall. I have faith.
Oh, no. Oh, I've broken it. I've broken this one.
Right, so we're at 6. We still have 3 linemen available. Jermaine Johnson, I think, still will be a top 10 pick. I think Seattle makes a lot of sense for him, for instance. Who else do we still see available, possibly going ahead of Hamilton for Philadelphia to either trade up or I doubt he falls to 15.
If
But
Atlanta takes a receiver, you can definitely see Hamilton falling. And I think that's the big question. If Atlanta,
yes,
with the corners out, if Atlanta takes a receiver, I think it's a guarantee that Hamilton falls out of the top 10.
What if
This is-
Hamilton does fall out of the top 10 all the way to 15?
You trade
Philly-
everything
Time
for
out,
him.
Time out.
you treat
If Philly
everything.
just doesn't choose him, and he just keeps on falling.
Oh,
Just
that
keeps
was
on falling.
He just keeps on falling.
And then
Yeah,
Howie
what if he's
doesn't
a
pick
second?
him, and he just keeps on falling.
And he just keeps on.
He just gets to like
If
round
if
4.
they have a chance to take Hamilton and they like get a quarterback or like a tackle, that is going to break me. Absolutely. Even like a receiver, I get
Nick will be a
it.
Giants by the end of the night.
What'd you say?
I said Nick will be a Giants fan by the end of the night.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely. I'm not. No, I would not fall to that level of trash. I'm a classy
That's
football
fine.
fan.
All right, well, I've got a minute. We are back to 30 likes, so we're back.
Hey, have Zach and I made it onto the stream yet, or is it still Nick and
I don't
Liam?
There we go. Oh,
Who's
look at
this
that
guy
guy getting
on-
amped up. Look at him. He's buzzing.
Oh, so the kid announcing the draft is best friends with one of our followers, Alex Wright.
Oh,
If
really?
I'm not mistaken. He messaged me. He messaged me earlier about it.
Oh, wow.
I completely forgot about it.
76ers are blowing out Toronto right now.
Love to see it.
Don't jinx it, Nick. Don't jinx it.
Listen, let me tell you, I was all set. I texted the Sixers, or I Slack chatted the Sixers group chat. I'm like, listen, it's gonna be a win. I guarantee it. I had my Henny. I
Guaranteed.
had some sweet tea, some Popeyes. I was all in win mode already. I knew this was gonna happen.
Very cool. What?
Confirmed Thibodeau. But he looks happy. All right. Well, let's hope he's got no bend in his ankles. As
No,
Eagles.
let's just hope that all these interviews are a lie and he just is not interested in playing for the New York Giants.
I'll tell
and
you
turns
what.
out to be.
He did. Do you not think he looked like. Like when did you not see that he had this little look on his face of like.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
he believed. I'm sure. You know, he heard all the stuff about him falling even deeper. He was the projected number 1 pick going back to last season. I mean, this is a relief to still go top 5. This is good territory for Thibodeau.
Yeah. Question is, what are the Panthers going to do next? Because this is where it's going to get juicy, I think.
Now this is going to
I'm
get
still
fun because
yeah.
the tackles are going to go, and then it's the question of what does Atlanta do at 8.
Panic.
And I'll say this: the only reason
It's going to be Christian Watson. Just watch.
the only reason I'm not worried about the Kayvon Thibodeau pick is because Philadelphia, as an offensive line, have the 2 tackles that can absolutely neutralize them. I
I'm not worried
trust
about
Jordan
Johnson.
Mailata and Lane Johnson to handle that for the next 5 years.
Fully agree.
That's as good of a pick as that is, and it is a good pick, and I think the Giants have a chance to have their best draft over the last decade because their drafts have been pathetically bad. I'm still not that worried. Not worried yet.
No, good for that. Is it Sam Prince, the guy's name? Good for him enjoying his moment. What a king. I love him. That's the most wholesome content I've seen all night. What a hero. Love that. Desert Fox says if the Eagles pick Hamilton, you have to fist pump her out. If the Eagles pick Hamilton, I don't know what Nick's going to do, but we're going to have to end the stream anyway because we're going to get taken off the air for it.
Oh yeah, we had to take him off the air. He's gonna shave his ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Thibodeau and the kid are lit.
I'm a little surprised that Carolina's taking long. I think they're debating on which tackle they want.
Oh, sure. I mean, all 3 are still on the board. That was not the expected situation. So at this point, you have to think, is the guy that we had number 1 the actual right guy, or because I could have easily seen Houston going after a guy like Evan Neal. Obviously, we talked about the Giants having need for a tackle before it was found out that Thibodeau was going to be available.
Panthers pick is in, and it's not quarterback.
You can either look really good or really bad by the time this is all over. So you got to.
It's got to be a tackle pick.
Ooh, navigation. Anything decent? No.
I haven't seen anything yet. The pick is in, though.
Oh, I don't know. Is it Panthers pick
Or
an offensive
NFL
line says
Kyle Henry, best available right now. So.
Hey, look at Kenny Pickett.
No quarterback's going to be taken from Carolina, according to Lombardi. I'm starting.
I could see
I'm
it
starting to
being
get a
Neil.
little. My breathing's starting to get a little heavy. I'm starting to get a little nervous. The Eagles are picking soon.
To be fair, Kemp has messaged our NFL group chat saying he thinks they're also going to take Neil. So, he's definitely in the know. So we'll see that. So I think it takes something completely different now.
Yeah, I'm right side of Kemp. That's the right side of history right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. You're just waiting to see like a trade thing down the bottom, and you just know it's all going to go a bit chaotic.
I honestly think you're not going to see as many trades now with the edge rushers going as early and the corners going as early as they did.
Yeah. I mean, you probably won't see the trades until the run on wide receivers starts happening.
Yeah. And the further this goes out, the further you can see it happen. Seattle's not going to take a wide out, but Atlanta, Panthers have selected Ekonwu, the tackle.
Okay.
Again, it could start the run on tackles.
If the Giants go Neal at 7, that's a pretty good pick.
That's going to be a very good pick. And I think the Giants right now have won the early stage of this draft. You get Thibodeau and Neal. That's a win. That's an absolute win.
It is.
Well, Ollie Kemp was wrong, so that's why he's not a PSN member, unfortunately.
Wow.
To be fair, he's still probably doing better than my mock draft was, so, can't complain. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like if the Eagles were going to move up, it would have been for a corner. The fact that no receiver's gone yet, they're going to land one of them, realistically now. Like, if we're going to see one more tackle's going to go, probably one more corner's going to go.
I need Zach to toast with me. It's going to happen.
Can you get
he's too focused on the Sixers game.
Who's left? Can you do that? Probably. Can you get a live board?
And just two quick points here. One, obviously, with the Panthers passing on Willis and Pickett as well, I think it's going to be very clear that if Atlanta doesn't take a quarterback, the quarterbacks are going to fall probably late into the teens, early 20s. That's number one. And number two, all eyes are going to be on what Seattle does at 9, because they clearly, in the restructuring period, they could definitely take that third tackle. I don't think Atlanta's going to take one, but they could definitely take that third tackle, or they can trade back. If Philadelphia, there's a trade in here, Philadelphia wants it, but I don't know if they're going to do it, because if Seattle doesn't take the tackle, Minnesota is probably going to take that final tackle. I don't know who it is. It depends on what the Giants do at 7.
I think Minnesota goes safety.
But they need an offensive line. They don't have any offensive linemen. That offensive line was atrocious last year.
Yeah,
I can see a situation where Minnesota trades up with Atlanta to try and get these linemen. I definitely see, like you said, Nick, them really heavily pursuing these linemen. So while they could also use a Hamilton type, just with the way the board's falling, I think they go lineman first if they can help it.
Yeah.
If you look at who's left as well, realistically, Linderbaum's probably now going to be available to the Eagles regardless of no matter what. If Seattle go receiver, I'd like to think Williams will still be around. Burks would still be there. Booth, I'd like to think would still be there. Davis, I think, would still be. Like all the guys that we had, there's been no real big shock yet. I feel like last year there was a massive trade early on. It shook absolutely everything. And then it was kind of playing catch-up since. Like right now, the ball is falling in a way where no matter what happens, the Eagles can get an impact player at a key spot of need, which is a good thing. It doesn't matter which way it goes. Like, Kyle Hamilton falling this far is good so far. There's no real shock there. Like you said, the ones to watch now are obviously Atlanta. I'd like them to take a wide receiver. I'd like Seattle to go offensive line. The Jets, I don't know. The Jets can take Jameson or something and then see what happens. But realistically, the Eagles should be in a good spot to get a key position of need here. Like, the way the board's falling so far, there's no real dramas, I don't think.
Like as much as I want Hamilton, as much as I want and desperately need Kyle Hamilton, to be fair, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of interior edge rushers that are going to be available. Jordan Davis most likely should be available. A receiver that they want is going to be available. Andrew Booth could definitely be available. The players that Philadelphia could definitely go at are going to be, like, there's not going to be a case where if the rug's going to be snapped out from under them and they're going to have to trade it out because they don't really know what to do. That's not going to happen right now.
So
What's the likelihood of
Panthers,
Jameson?
we assume. So I'm just trying to think out loud. So then we assume what? Giants probably going to go Evan Neal at that point. That will be the obvious pick.
I think if you're the Giants, it's Evan Neal.
Yeah, then
That's
the
a smart pick, but how?
Falcons probably get, I would say, Garrett Wilson. Seattle are the real wild cards. We don't really know. Like, I mean, they could go Malik Willis and be cheeky.
But I don't know if Atlanta's going to go tackle though, because I think they could be a team that takes Malik Willis. They could also be a team that takes a receiver. They could take the edge rusher and Johnson. Like, they could go in any different route because they have so many different needs on that end. I think if what Atlanta does will dictate what's going to happen for Philadelphia. And I think, who was the last one that said that? But it was a great point just brought up on Twitter. I think Philadelphia banked on a team or multiple teams taking a quarterback. And that's what's going to be shaking up this draft a little bit in Philadelphia's mind, because if we wanted to trade up for a top 5 player, that's no longer going to be the case.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that weird region now, isn't it? Again, like, the obvious picks are sort of out the way. Now it's the teams that could have smokescreen. I still think a lot of the Jalen Reagor stuff has been a smokescreen, to be honest, because there is no way teams would call Philadelphia about Jalen Reagor, like, ever.
No way. No way.
Yeah.
So, like,
You don't see that talent that he had in college in the NFL.
Yeah.
Look at Nelson Aguilar. Look at Nelson Aguilar's contract. He left Philadelphia as a big part of the Super Bowl season, had 2 god-awful years, and he was signed to Las Vegas on a 1-year veteran minimum deal. For a player that is a good route runner, gets good separation, doesn't catch the ball consistently, but you can work with that in the NFL. Think about what that means, that no one wanted him, and he still has a very basic contract in New England as a former first-round pick. That tells you a lot. They're getting nothing for Jalen Reagor.
Yeah, 100%.
I would agree. Yeah. So if it ends up being Jordan Davis, Jameson Williams, and Kyle Hamilton at 15, without being biased, Nick, who do you think the Eagles go with?
Here's the thing. They would probably go Davis. But I would be pounding on the table that Kyle Hamilton's the better defensive player. By the way, Giants pick is in. It's Evan Neal. So confirmed.
Okay, cool.
Giants go tackle and edge.
Nick Sirianni said something very interesting in his press conference in regards to the players that he wants. He specified what he's really good at. What position he's really good at helping, reach that next level. And it's wide receiver, in my opinion. So it's kind of like, if it's a Jordan Davis pick, it's the Howie draft. If it's a wide receiver, then you can see the influence that Nick Sirianni actually does have with Howie Roseman, where, it'll be 15 Nick and then possibly 18 or move back Howie.
That's a really good point that you raised, because I specifically remember around the point last year, Howie was asked about Devontae Smith and obviously his leaner frame and the concerns that he couldn't hang in the NFL. And that was originally where that infamous quote of like being able to mold players and that they're going to build the offense around their skill sets came in, because he was like, we can make that work, as opposed to, square peg, circle hole sort of thing. And then obviously a few days later, Devontae Smith's the guy. So I'd like to think that Howie's maybe learnt from his mistakes and does give Nick Sirianni a lot more of a say in this sort of thing. In which case, would Sirianni push for an offensive player? Probably. And then it wouldn't surprise me on that note if you go back to like the draft meetings and who's been the most persistent there, because traditionally they haven't carried a ton of weight. I know the Senior Bowl has with the Eagles. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they really play on what Sirianni says. Like, if he's accidentally let it slip 2 years in a row, though, like there's like a big chance of this happening. Probably a good indicator moving forward of what to expect, because the Devontae Smith one was like dead obvious.
Here's the thing, and I'll give you guys a history lesson. In 1974, Pittsburgh Steelers had arguably the greatest draft of all time. 4 Hall of Famers, actually a 5th now, with their scout being named as a Hall of Famer. When Lynn Swann was being taken, the big debate going on the board was, I can't see what's going on. What was that?
LaShawn McCoy tweeting out, "We taking Kenny Pickett."
No, throw that away. Someone give him the 25. Give the 25 jersey away. Just shut that guy up. No, but going back, when Pittsburgh drafted Lynn Swann, a big debate going on was they wanted to take John Stallworth instead of Lynn Swann. But the main point, the owners and the scouts were telling head coach Chuck Noll, if we don't take Swann now, he's going to be gone to Dallas, and we will never have a chance to get him again. When you have those top players like a Jordan Davis or like a Kyle Hamilton, you need to take them because they're not going to be available at 18. There's a chance, not saying it's a big one, but there's a chance a top receiver will be available at 18, even if he's there at 15. Get your best overall player first, and then let the draft fall to you at the second one.
Yeah, I would agree.
I wouldn't mind going Hamilton and Olave.
But then it comes down, I think, to how we value players. So, this whole athleticism thing is now a massive focus. You're looking for almost like high character guys with no red flags that are very academic and also tend to be insane athletes without much college production. I don't know if Williams would fit that at that point. Just because he just seemed... the only thing that will bring Williams in is obviously the fact that there's an Alabama link, although I don't think he was ever teammates with Devontae Smith. I don't think they overlapped.
No.
But, yeah, I don't know. In that regard, I feel like... I don't want to say quarterback, but if you're going off that mould, Hamilton has to be the guy if he's there. If not, Jordan Davis. If not, I could see it. If no quarterbacks go, if the Eagles are banking on quarterbacks going and they don't, and they deem it valuable to get a quarterback, that's when I think that's going to put Howie, it's like kind of getting like a recovering, alcoholic, just like a sniff of it. He's like, do I go back? Do I do that again? I don't know. I don't know. Like, can Howie refrain from doing that?
So since you mentioned quarterbacks, I don't know if you guys mentioned it while I was on. Sean McCoy's been talking a little bit about the Eagles.
Yeah, we brought it up. Nope.
So yeah, we'll take a little two gloves. Oh my gosh, that worst case scenario.
Well, at least we can write off
Malik Willis.
So at least we can write off finally a year where no one's trying to get LaShawn McCoy back to Philadelphia. So that's fine.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Bring him out of
But
retirement.
Nick, I think the biggest question is, what will you do if Hamilton is on the board at 15 and they select two gloves?
Oh God, I don't want. No, I'm not thinking about it.
I would love it. I would love it for Nick's reaction. Oh my God.
I'm not thinking about it because you want to know why?
God.
I want to live my life in happiness. I don't want to have to drink bleach for the rest of my life to make it end.
Okay, I was going to say that second part kind of brought us back to the good old Nick that I know and love.
There he is. He's in there somewhere.
Oh my God, no! I'm not thinking about it. I'm thinking happy.
I love Nick because
Objectively,
he reminds
though,
me so much of George Costanza, and I love Seinfeld more than anything.
I don't know
Nick is my real life George Costanza, and I love hearing him speak because when he rants, he rants.
Well, Nick, if I can you decipher if it's a compliment or not, let me break it down into two things. Well, he said he loves George Costanza, so there's the compliment. But then he called you George Costanza, and that's where the insult comes in.
That's kind of my issue.
You're gonna dissect.
I will, to be fair, and objective. Let's be objective here. The Giants have absolutely won this early stage of the draft. They've got two of the top 5 best players in this draft going in: Evan Neal and Kayvon Thibodeau. That's a good, solid haul for the Giants. Objectively speaking, I think Philadelphia still matches up well with either because they are 3-4 years ahead of this build plan that the Giants have. But those are two very strong picks for the New York Giants.
Sure, yeah, definitely. And I think that I do think the Jets have a chance.
Oh.
Hamilton.
Okay.
Falcons select wide receiver Drake London.
I love it.
That's phenomenal.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Who's gonna be throwing to? Who's gonna be throwing to him?
Marcus Mariota.
But I want to emphasize Brian's point. Who's going to be throwing?
That's awful.
But then again, Drake London's like 7 feet tall, so that was his,
Oh,
they don't have an offensive line. They have nothing on that team.
All right, so Nick,
let's the interchangeable ability of Kyle Pitts and Drake London, do any team.
Where
it doesn't do a thing.
That's atrocious.
But now here's the thing that I will say, right? I really did not like their pick of AJ Terrell at the time. And clearly they were right about it. So
they know what they're doing.
Time to tell, but I really don't like this pick, first impression. I love it for the Eagles, though.
Oh, I love it for the Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, like I think Ron makes a good point of like you've got a big body target now with Kyle Pitts. It's sort of having a monstrous tight end. I would liken it to pretty much Olshon and Zach Ertz, but with a much better Zach Ertz and a slightly less Olshon. But I don't know. Like, overall, it's from a value perspective. Like Drake London just didn't do much for me at all. I don't know what it is about USC wide receivers. Like I didn't like Aguilar coming out of college either. I don't know what it is about them.
Hey! Oh, sorry, Liam.
Come on. Keep falling. 7 more picks to go.
No, but I hear exactly what you're saying on the USC wideouts, Liam. I'm of a similar opinion, and it's not even just that, but specifically London. I don't know. I just didn't love his game. Nothing really, stuck out, and maybe it's my bias, but you heard the comparisons to JJ Arcega-Whiteside, and that like just immediately killed it.
Yeah.
So like obviously I expect him to be better than JJ, but even still it's questionable. Like if we're talking about big body wide receivers, I think I personally would have gone with Christian Watson over Drake London.
Yeah, for sure. I think the difference there though, it's obviously like it is so age old and it's just backwards because I think it's like an older generation still mostly manning up scout teams. It's smaller school stuff, isn't it? It's just going to work against you because you're going up against corners who are of a lesser ability. Like with a quarterback, it's a bit different because like I suppose you can argue that like the progressions are the same and that sort of thing. But I don't know, like for a wide receiver going up against like press corners, like if you're just athletically gifted, you're gonna look better against them. So yeah, I get it, but at the same time, like I was of the same opinion. Like for me, if I watch 3 games of a player, I want to go, oh, he's good at this, he's good at this, he's good at that. Like nothing. He was just a jack of all trades, Drake London, where he wasn't that fast. I think he caught the ball that well. Like he wasn't that great of a route runner, but was just pretty all right at all of them. So yeah, I don't know. Interesting pick, but fair enough. Even looks.
So what do you
like,
think
in the
Seattle
eyes,
does
like,
now?
with that helmet on, he looked a bit like Jay Jaw. Just in the eyes, there was a picture of him then with the helmet on, and I was like, oh,
it's so haunting.
It looked like a jersey edit or something. I was like, oh no.
Somebody put Seattle's taking Malik Willis, but I think that's false.
Right, so Seattle do something absolutely barbaric. Who have we got left? So Kyle Hamilton, Garrett Wilson, Cross, Williams, Nakobe Dean. Realistically, I could see them going offensive line, especially after the run on. Is it Cross?
Charles Cross. Yep.
Okay, good. That pushes.
With Cross.
So
this is
Jets
the
go
key
wide
one,
out then, right? Or no?
No, Jets are probably going to go Johnson at 10.
Yeah, I mean, if he's still on the board, they'd be foolish not to. Like, as many wideouts are still on the board, like Johnson.
They're going to take Johnson.
I was
But
shocked that
Johnson. Kyle Hamilton goes to Washington.
No. They're going to take a wide receiver to pair with Carson Wentz. They are going to help Carson Wentz by taking a receiver. The Vikings will then trade back with Philadelphia, and the Eagles will take Kyle Hamilton.
I'm sorry, Nick. He's going to Washington.
They're going to take a receiver. They want as many weapons for Wentz as possible.
Why in the world first of all, hi, everyone.
Oh, hello.
Would the Vikings trade with the Eagles when they need a safety also?
They also need offensive linemen.
Ooh, Dillard.
So what are they going to do? They Linderbaum? Like, I mean, who are the other
pick was awful. The Bradbury pick was awful. It did not go well for them.
The Vikings, there's no tackle available for the Vikings to pick at 12.
Sorry, who the hell is comparing Drake London to Larry Fitzgerald? What on earth comparison is that? Which is one of the greatest. All they've done there is gone, he runs in a straight line and catches the ball, and Drake London does that as well. So I think they're basically the same receiver. That's mental. Unbelievable. This is why we watch PSN instead of the NFL Network. All right, we just know what about that.
Just so you know, Liam, I was in Philly today, and I was at the University of Pennsylvania, and they have a Penn Sports Network.
So you're saying cease and desist?
Yeah, I knocked on their door and I said, "What the fuck are you doing?" And they
I
looked at
just
me
saw
like I
this
was
big
mad.
muscly guy. Like, oh, nothing now, it's all gone.
I went to log into Wi-Fi and I see PSN Wi-Fi. I'm like, hold on a minute. Liam doesn't have Wi-Fi here.
I'm just there in the back going, hello.
The other interesting thing that the Jets could go receiver here. They could, in theory, go receiver because they desperately need one. They desperately need a number one wideout.
Well, since Denzel Mims was a flop, got that one right, didn't we?
But in fairness, they also have They have 2 second-round picks that can easily, have a top receiver by then. So it really comes down to what Joe Douglas does. But I think Joe Douglas is going end here.
Well, yeah, knowing Joe Douglas and what he did with the Eagles, like Johnson would be the smart pick for what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we'll know soon enough because Ari Maitoff is just tweeting picks like 5 minutes before they're even picked.
I've got 4 of them right now on my
who's tweeted everything out? What's his damn
Ari Myrov, the My Sports Update guy, he's just tweeting everything. Like he tweeted out a pick when the draft was even on a commercial.
Desert Fox says someone wants Dillard. I think that might just be
it's Charles Cross. Yep.
Yeah.
Charles Cross wants Dillard. For what?
For what?
Yeah.
What's he gonna do?
Oh. And this is why people do watch the NFL Network still.
Kyle Hamilton's still available for the Washington Commanders.
No, it's going to be a receiver.
Yeah,
Nick,
I mean,
I'm sorry, man.
like...
On a big day for you, you're gonna see them draft your player.
Nope.
I will say Garrett Wilson is talked about very high.
I mean, a receiver makes sense for Wentz, especially if they don't re-sign Terry. They just need Wentz needs all the weapons he can get to fumble and pretend that he doesn't have weapons.
Underthrow them, overthrow them.
Wentz needs everybody that he can get to be out open for Wentz to just double pump and scramble and get hit from behind and fumble.
Trayvon Walker was in a car accident right before the draft.
He hit parked cars.
Oh, he hit the parked car?
Yeah, he hit 2 parked cars. Like that used to be a Yo Mama joke growing up in the Bronx. Like your mom's so dumb she drives into parked cars.
Your defensive end is so dumb.
Hey Dougie, your defensive end is so dumb.
Come
on. All right,
come on.
That's just the end of that.
Keep falling.
What's the Jets pick? Did the Jets need a safety? Did they re-sign Marcus May?
No, they made a couple moves. I
Dove Kleiman just said after fielding calls for a possible trade back, which made a little messy. That's why the Seahawks took a while to pick Charles Cross because they were trying to trade back, but it never happened. So Howie's probably like, listen, you take 15 and J-Jaw
37.
You take 15, J-Jaw, our 7th round pick for 9?
Who says no, really?
I can believe it.
But we are inching closer to that Eagles selection or trade or whatever it is that Howie will
It's a sweet spot for the Eagles right now. Very, very nice sweet spot.
You know what would be the funniest thing ever? Imagine the scenes, right? The Eagles trade up past Washington. Nick loses his head thinking that it's going to be Kyle Hamilton. And then they just go like Jameson Williams or someone. And Nick's head is like drops.
Wait, have we talked about how prepared we are for them to draft a quarterback?
No,
we talked about
no. Don't speak it into existence. It's not happening. It's not happening.
The man has 2 gloves, more than 1.
I'm saying, are we ready for Malik Willis to be an Eagle?
over Pickett. I mean, if those are my two options, if I can think about it that way.
I think Willis is more of a Sirianni guy. So, Willis or Ritter.
Yeah.
Yeah, Isaac, that is Chris. He has joined us. Favorably
I'm here.
The last
I'm here.
evening.
What?
He is here.
Whose jersey do you have? Oh, Dickinson, right?
Yes.
But we will say, guys, as we prepare to move just outside of the top 10, we have 40 of you in. Thank you for joining us on this historic Eagles draft content evening. We do have a thing in place, as you can see at the top of the screen. Every 10 likes, we will play the Clayton Thorson song. We're at 34, so we're 6 away from the next rendition. We've had 1 since its implementation. I would love us to get to 10 by the end of the evening, just so.
Oh wait, is that what's happening?
Oh yeah.
Have we made it onto the stream
I need
yet?
to
Or is it
log off.
just Liam?
Have you what? Sorry.
Oh no, I see you now. I see
hello.
you now. Wait, oh, no, hold on. No, it's just been on the YouTube. It's just been Liam's face, and then just initials.
There's nothing wrong with just my face. That's fine. We're on 30. We're 2 away. I'll get it prepared. We're 2 away. We're almost there. We're stalking it down. Ready to run it back one more time.
But the thing is, I think whenever I talk, it says GU.
Oh yeah, because it comes out guest user, so it just calls you Gur. And no one else's webcam's on except for Nick for some reason. I don't know why. But
My webcam's on.
it's all part of the fun.
Because they want to see my reaction when Kyle Hamilton falls to 15 and the Eagles take him.
Nobody wants to see.
Okay,
you
wait.
shave that.
Wait, Nick. What would make you more angry? Hamilton goes before the Eagles, or Hamilton drops to the Eagles and they pass on him?
Holy shit!
Uh-oh.
Garrett Wilson's the pick for the Jets. Jameson Williams is still on the board for Washington.
Wow.
Even for the Eagles when they trade up with Washington.
That was my mock. It's happening, man. Let's go. Let's do it. I am on this train.
But would that not prompt the Eagles to move up now and get, Mr. Jameson?
They gotta move. They have to move up. Well, if it's a
I
safety, they
think
gotta
they'd
move up
move up
before
now.
Minnesota.
I've got a very funny feeling. If they've gone wide receiver, like the Vikings... No, the Vikings won't, actually. I mean, I don't know. I think they'll go Jameson then. Like, realistically, that's the next spot, right? Yeah, I can see.
Vikings or...
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
According to CBS, Nick, according to CBS Sports, the best fit for Washington is a safety out of Notre Dame, I think, called Kyle Hamilton.
You're going to take a receiver.
They're going for Kyle Hamilton, Nick. I need you to accept it right
Denzel
now.
says, where's the like button? I'm on iPhone 13 and don't see it. Good question. Let me find out. If you minimize the chat, there should be a little grey thumb, and then that should turn blue if you hit it, I think. Oh, we're on 39. We're 1 away from the Thorson dance. Or the song.
Ian Rappaport just said Jets made a late push to trade for Debo, but it didn't work, so that's why they got Garrett Wilson.
Run it back! 40 likes, boys, to the moon! We're off. Well in, gents. Well in.
Look, I'll say this again. As much as I want Kyle Hamilton, a Jordan Davis, Jameson Williams draft is excellent.
Oh, it's
a Johnson Jameson draft is excellent. I will take either. But my draft crush is Kyle Hamilton. I've been on the board saying he's going to fall. So far to this point, he has. And I fully anticipate him being available at 15.
Oh, evening to Duck. Duck's joining us as well. I hope you're having a good evening so far. Just in time for all the chaos. 5 picks away.
Like the GOAT PSN follower.
Come on, baby. Come on, Washington. Do something stupid. Get a receiver.
They're going Kyle Hamilton.
Oh, you can see it a mile away as well.
Yes, absolutely.
I would assume like Washington just remembers Vic to Deshaun Jackson in that like giant beatdown, and maybe they want to see Wentz to Jameson Williams. Only
hell of a duo between Terry
only to see Wentz overthrow him or underthrow him or just not see him at all and just
Kyle Hamilton intercepts it.
Oh,
Come on,
man,
make
fuck
that
away.
deal. Make the deal, Howie. Go get Hamilton.
He's got to move up, and okay. There's no need to move up if he wants Williams, which is
Nick,
nice.
Nick, what would you do if the Cowboys traded up with Baltimore at 14 to take Kyle Hamilton? Right.
I don't think they would. They need a receiver more.
I think they need a safety more than a receiver.
Yeah, I think they need a safety more than a receiver.
They got rid of Amari.
I know, but
their
second receivers that you can look for.
Trading back. Washington's trading back. Timeout.
With who?
But with who?
I'm not. All I'm saying is Washington is trading.
Yeah,
no team yet.
Right. Right. So if it's the Eagles, who's that?
Pause.
Who would it be for? It could. There's no way.
With the Saints.
What?
Oh no, that's a wide out. That could be Hamilton. That could be Hamilton. I think that could be Hamilton.
They lost Marcus what? They lost Marcus Williams.
Oh
yeah, but
no!
They brought in Marcus May and another guy.
I know, but they really gonna say, "Hey, we got Marcus May. We don't need Kyle Hamilton."
We Marcus May need someone else.
There's a report here saying potentially for Malik Willis.
No, who the hell's gonna trade for him? The Texans wouldn't take him. That's I mean, Washington. I don't know, man.
Or they're trading up for Jamison Williams, or they're just saying screw it.
I could see it being Linderbaum. Like, to be honest,
I could see it being receiver.
Yeah, I could see it being a receiver.
Yeah.
Give Jameis another target with Michael Thomas and Kamara.
Give Jameson. The Jameson.
Olave falls to the Eagles.
The Jamesons.
The Jamesons.
The Jamesons. The Jamesons. The James.
What the hell are you guys doing?
The Jameson Winslims. Wilstons.
That's good.
I could see it being
Jamesons.
my hot take is it's Linderbaum. If I get it right, I'm playing the song again.
That's really early. That's really early for Linderbaum.
Honestly, as much as I love Linderbaum in theory, I would love him in Philadelphia. I just don't see where he's projected to go and the Eagles picks matching up. So if he flies all the way up to 11, I'm all for it.
Just you wait. When I talk, the world listens.
I wonder what the Saints are trading though to go from 18 to
11.
No,
it won't be Linderbaum. Hang on, who don't the Saints have like Ramchick at center?
16th overall pick, a third rounder, and a fourth rounder.
And how we got a first from them. Whew.
They're taking Matt Ariazza.
They should.
Why they taking so long?
Come on, take a receiver.
You make the trade. The pick should already be in. Like, you should already know who you're getting. What the hell?
I just want to move. What do we do now, guys?
So, guys, we made it. We're here. What's next? We try trading it?
I don't know. This could really shake things up. Like, I can't see the Vikings taking a QB. The Texans might. The Ravens wouldn't. There's no need to trade up that high for it. I don't think.
No, it has to be wide receiver. It's gotta be wide receiver.
Yeah, you don't make that. Here's the thing. It's either a quarterback or a wideout.
All in the map.
You get Williams. You have him set for the year. Next year with
Washington is getting 16, 98, and 120.
Okay, who has that?
By the way, the 76ers are going to move on to the conference semifinals.
No, Pardon doesn't step up. Why is this page taking so long?
Come on.
Kyle Hamilton is going to New Orleans.
I feel like we should hope that it's a QB for the Saints because then a rookie QB for the Saints next year kind of ensures that their first round pick is pretty low.
Going to be I completely agree, Chris.
Sixers W. That's what we like to see. The Sixers have won. Now can Howie win the draft? Who's on post game for the Sixers? Is it? Oh, I'm going to assume.
Donnie, I think.
Okay.
There is somebody, I know that.
That's right. I can edit it if needs be. I just realised we pulled you off Sixers stuff and was like, So obviously I can grab it.
AP's on it, and on my break I'm going to edit it.
I've never refreshed so much on Twitter in my life.
Just watching this ticker come down, like, oh.
It's 2 minutes. Like, what the hell are you even waiting for?
I don't know. Basically, it could be one of any player that is left. That's what I say.
Yeah, in theory, sure.
Did you see the video that Jason Kelsey was pissed at how he didn't trade up to get Sauce?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I mean, that's a high trade up to 4.
Yeah, that's moving up pretty high.
Oh my God.
It's taking a while to make this pick.
They have to be arguing. Oh, it's in.
Well, Kemp said it's Willis, so he's 0 for 1 tonight so far.
Olave. It's Olave.
Oh, really?
It's Olave.
Wow.
So they went up for a receiver. All right.
So Garrett,
Here we go. Come on, Minnesota.
The Eagles
Minnesota.
will be pressured into Jameson, I think.
Yeah, they will. But there's a safety.
All right, well, so
Minnesota goes
realistically, they should be able to get both of them, though.
Who?
The Eagles should be able to get, what, Jameson and Hamilton? I'd like to think.
Nah, because
The Saints are taking Olave. The Saints are taking
So if
Olave.
the Saints take Olave...
Is your headphones delayed?
I'm not even.
Guys, Thibodeau's gone to the Giants at 5.
So Gardner.
I will say one of
Guys,
4
Trayvon Walker goes number 1.
one of 4 players are going to be available: Jermaine Johnson, Jordan Davis, Kyle Hamilton, or Jameson Williams. As it for an Eagles draft, that's a good haul.
That's pretty good.
That's a
You still
good
gotta trade
haul.
up. You got to trade up for Hamilton if you want to.
So what do you think about if the Texans consider trading down at all, the possibility of moving up from 18 to 13?
Well, the issue at hand is we got the issues are Texans and Baltimore. They both could trade back without an issue. They're not missing out on anything.
Come on,
Because you got to watch a Green Bay to trade up to 14.
Mm-hmm.
You got to watch the Chiefs to trade up, especially with Wilson gone now, with Olave gone now. They're gonna want London gone. They're gonna want to trade up for Williams.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Or they'll reach for Christian Watson or George Pickens.
Yeah.
Come on.
Shoot, or Scott Moore.
Well, apparently the Lions are on the clock right now
The Lions are on the clock. They traded with Minnesota.
Oh, no.
for Kyle Hamilton.
It's got to be Kyle Hamilton.
Apparently, it's a big trade by Rappaport.
Well, what way? That's got to be 32 then, isn't it? Surely.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
32-34?
yeah.
I mean, I would assume it's a big trade if they're going from 32 to 12.
Yeah, that's a big jump. That's a big boy jump.
Are they taking Williams?
They're gonna have to go 32, 34, maybe a first next year.
I don't think they go wide out, right?
They're gonna go Willis.
Well,
You think they go QB? Yeah. Or they go Jermaine Johnson? They missed out on defensive end.
They already have Hutchinson.
They have Hutchinson.
Yeah.
The hell, hey, the draft started
They
already.
missed out on defensive end pretty well.
Even Chris isn't that far behind.
I think Willis is a good pick here at 12. I actually agree with that.
I swear,
Yeah.
the whole freaking clock, I'm losing my mind.
Trading up and Houston possibly taking some quarterback and
Yeah,
so no.
So if you think about it, someone just tweeted out. In theory, the Saints just traded 2/3, a fourth, next year's first, next year's second for Chris Olave and a 6th, 7th round pick swap.
That's awful.
Yeah, that's terrible.
That's awful.
It does make you grateful for Howie Roseman. As flawed as he is, I mean, he does know how to work a trade. I don't think he's ever lost a trade outside of whatever happened to Jannard Avery. That didn't go very well.
Yeah, I think the Avery was the worst trade.
Nah, wasn't brilliant either. But outside of that,
12,
sure.
46 for 32 and 34 and 66.
That's haul, man. You got to go. I think that's Willis.
That's not. I don't even think that's much to give up to jump 20 spots.
32.
Yeah, but it's 20 spots to get your quarterback.
I know, but you're only trading your first right now, a second and a third to move up, and nothing next year.
Kenny Pickett.
Play in the dome. They play in the dome. That would work for him.
And they're getting a pick back, like 2. Like I don't think that's I don't think that's that much.
Also, guys, we're over 50 watchers on the stream. I know there's some hype coming in towards the Eagles. They're like sneaking into view, trades galore. If you are new, welcome to the Chaos. It's going to be a fun couple
Apparently,
of hours.
it's for Jameson Williams.
Oh, is it
Really?
Williams?
I haven't seen anything.
Michael Silver saying a Jameson shot for the Lions. Ben Solak is saying traded up to 12 for Williams.
I think
Yeah,
I
so
can
there goes
see-
my dream of
Wow.
having a wide receiver in the first round.
Yeah, now you take Sky Moore in the second.
No, Christian Watson.
Well, I'm
George
glad he's off the board. Like, if that's the case, you've got a run on receivers, which means the Eagles can't reach at a position they're already pretty congested at with developmental talent. Whether you agree with it or not, like, Rager probably isn't going anywhere. Quez has got a really high upside. Like, you don't have to push for a wide out here. You've got Pascal in the slot. Get a position where you need a franchise guy. You need
I
one.
completely
No.
agree.
Best thing to happen to him, that is, because now Hamilton is well within reach. If you come away from this with Kyle Hamilton, maybe even Booth at that point, like Booth should still be there, right?
That secondary is secure.
My
actually
concern
going
is
to fall
Houston.
fantastic from
Yep.
a lot of
It's
here.
secure. Jameson Williams is the pick. Good call, Chris.
Thanks.
It's the politest interaction I've ever seen from you two.
My concern though is Houston. We're taking Derek Stingley. I mean, would they take a safety to kind of pair with Stingley? But it's kind of like you're rebuilding your secondary to
Yeah.
be a strength of the team. So
Yeah,
you
I
got
would
to
agree,
jump
yeah.
Houston, but you got to trade with Houston at this point.
Imagine thinking you have a QB to throw to Jameson Williams on the line. Like, why would
Yeah.
like you have Jared Goff?
Well, I mean,
Was it
the thought could be that they'd still be back because they didn't have any picks next year. So the thought could be that potentially they target a 2023 QB. You just get these position players ahead of schedule.
I think at this point we are looking at Kyle Hamilton at 15,
Yeah,
and either Jermaine Johnson, Jordan Davis,
no.
maybe
But don't
Devontae
overlook
Wyatt.
Houston and Baltimore, man. You can't overlook those two.
I mean, you could.
But Baltimore made a move. Baltimore made a safety move already in the offseason.
Yeah, Marcus Williams. So he's not. Kyle Hamilton's not going to. They'll probably take Jordan Davis.
Has anyone heard of Earl Thomas?
Yeah.
The Eagles should sign him instead.
Come on.
They
Come
shouldn't,
on.
by the
Come
way.
on.
They
I
should.
Come on.
I mean,
Just a joke.
I mean.
Come on,
I
Houston.
hear that he's into brotherly love.
Oh,
That's a
Come on,
flex.
So
Take Johnson.
Right, guys,
Orgy.
also don't forget at the top, every 10 likes we will play the Clayton Dawson anthem. We are now 6 away from hitting 50. I think our record last year was 58. So we get past that by the time the Eagles run the clock, and we're well and truly laughing. And if
Eagles
the
straight
vibes
up.
to be
Eagles
immaculate.
straight up.
what?
What's this?
Eagles straight up. They're on the
What?
clock at 13.
Oh,
Oh, tell me they moved 18 and not 15.
That's
gotta
gonna
be
be
Hamilton.
That's gonna be Johnson.
Oh, no.
you think they're the defensive end?
Holy shit!
Oh,
Here we
God.
go. Come
Here we
on,
go.
give me Hamilton. Give me Hamilton.
I think you go Hamilton.
Did they go? If they're jumping Baltimore, I feel like they're going for Jordan Davis.
Oh,
You
God.
think so?
If they're jumping Baltimore, it's
I'm
specifically
curious
for
as to
Jordan
what
Davis.
what they gave
Has
up
to be.
get on-
Yeah.
It has to be.
Ed Kraft is saying Jordan Davis. Ah,
Yeah.
damn, man.
Has to be.
They're taking a lineman? No, sorry, lineman. There we go. Words mixed up. I got excited then. Oh, that's a dream. We take those. That's a dream.
Yeah,
That's
I'll
fine.
take Jordan Davis.
Absolutely
I'm fine
need
with
that.
I-
Howie
yeah,
Roseman
but
is a
you want
PSN
Hamilton,
fan.
man.
Howie Roseman is a PSN fan. He reads my mock draft and he does it every year. He likes Hightower. He likes Gainwell. He likes
Yeah.
Davis. Howie
But
Roseman
what
is a
did they
Liam
give up
Jenkins
is my
fan.
question. I need to know what they gave up.
I'm hoping it's 18 and like a third, so they keep 15.
Yeah, I mean,
18 and 1.
Oh,
Be nuts.
that'd be genius.
don't they have like two? Well, how many 5th round picks? Is it 3 5th round picks?
3.
Yeah, shove one of them in there as well as a thank you. Get one of them. Go on.
Oh, they gave up 15, 124, 162, and 166.
So they have
And-
18.
What's that, a
They'll
4?
trade out of
And
18.
and what are they getting back?
That doesn't say. Jordan Schultz put this out.
Le Jardin Le Davis.
So they're gonna trade back from 18. They're not gonna send all those picks for
Yeah.
one and not trade out.
Everybody's saying Jordan Davis.
So sorry, Nick. No Kyle Hamilton for you.
Not yet, anyway. Not.
No, it's not happening at all.
Oh.
Like if Howie's trading 4 picks to go up
Yeah.
2 spots.
He's going D-line.
I'm a genius. Maybe. I don't know. Scared now.
I feel like that's a lot to give up for just moving to a
You literally
spot.
just quoted Slav.
Oh god. If it is Jordan Davis, I really rate the pick. Because now
No,
you're thinking-
I don't hate it. That's the thing. I don't hate it. I want Hamilton.
if you get Jordan Davis and Andrew Booth, it's just that's a good
I
first round.
just think trading up for Jordan Davis
Doesn't make sense
sucks.
to me.
It sucks because like you have Milton
Actually,
Williams,
Hamilton.
you have Milton Williams, you have Fletch, you have Javon
Yeah,
Hargrave
but
still.
Fletcher's gone.
You
Fletcher's gone this
I-
year.
I
Hargrave's got 1
understand.
year
I
left.
understand that, but why are you investing another first round pick in a defensive tackle for next year?
Because a rookie isn't a 1 year free agent. It's a 5-year contract.
I know, but what's going to happen to the defensive line rotation this year? Are you
Well, he's
going to
gonna
kick?
learn and get better, and then
Jordan Davis.
you have 4 years of like. Wait, well, it's better than drafting a wide receiver who is going to catch 800
I think
yards
I
on a
think
4-win team.
I think I would if it's a trade up, I would have gone Hamilton here
Yeah,
I
think
agree.
it
Because-
I
should've been
definitely
Hamilton.
agree.
because it's just that like if you look at the defensive line rotation at this point, then you have Josh Sweat, you have Brandon Graham, you have Fletch, you have Hargrave, you have Milton Williams. Now you have Jordan Davis. Hassan Reddick is going to play edge at some point too.
But do you not think that like
it
Jordan
doesn't make-
Davis really benefits the son Reddick in the way he plays? Because
Jordan Davis is the pick.
yeah, like he's just
Confirmed.
absolutely like spacey in mauler in the run game, right? Like
I mean, he helps their run game out tremendously because their run game sucks in the
But
defensive
don't you
line.
think Jordan Davis would have fallen down to close
Right.
to the 16, 17 mark?
No,
No, because
Yeah.
Baltimore would have taken him. Baltimore was taken him.
I will get a graphic made and I will
Hard
I'll
work.
get the article done.
Yeah, Albert Brio confirms it. Jordan Davis.
It's weird because it's not a bad pick, but it's a little bit underwhelming when you have a player like Kyle Hamilton on the board, who most likely falls to probably like Houston at 15 now.
But let's be honest though, they are 5 picks away from 18. You got to do the
Did he-
mental gymnastics, but with Johnson falling, it's not a bad pick, especially with Fletch leaving next year. It's the solid pick because that's how they've built the team for years. They've built the team through the trenches. I get this pick. I like this pick because you're basically looking at one of the fastest D linemen in the draft. I have no problem with this
And he's
pick.
a bulldozer.
Yeah, like it's fine, and it looks like this was mainly to jump Baltimore. The question will be, when does Hamilton and Johnson fall?
Well, listen, Andrew Booth is still up there, so that's a good thing. I mean, he could still from 18 move back to like 20 something, and then get a bit of a haul for probably 3rd or 4th round pick after giving up all those picks. But I feel like it's still a lot just to move up 2 spots.
Nah, I think
That's a
imagine
lot.
this though. Imagine like a pairing of like. Do you not think Cox and Hargrave are sort of the pair it's equivalent? Because Cox is now at that point where he commands so much attention, he opens things up for Javon Hargrave and company. Milton Williams is a freak athlete, doesn't really have the interior strength and bulk to go 1-on-1. You get someone that can go 2-on-1 and move that trench, and you're going to open things
Wait,
up.
but-
Like, it's
so-
a
I mean, I
perfect
should
pairing.
have known Jordan Davis was going to be an Eagle because he said in that interview a couple of days ago that his mom grew up an Eagles fan. So absolutely Jeff Lurie was like, oh,
But here's
God,
my thing though.
I gotta do this.
If you drafted Davis in the 1st round, the expectation that he's going to play this year, right? You would expect him to be more than just a rotational piece with Cox and Hargrave. Like, doesn't it feel like a little cluttered now that you have an aging Cox and you have Hargrave who's coming off his best season as an Eagle?
In the
It's-
immediate
I don't know.
future, yeah.
No,
but
no,
long term,
because as good as Hargrave was from a pass rushing standpoint, the team was not very good defending the run, and you can compare that and say, well, they didn't have very good linebackers reading, and I get that, but you add Jordan Davis, and now you basically say, when with Hargrave's contract coming up, with Cox's contract coming up, we are going to have an absolute stud in the middle that is going to help. And think of it this way. The best way I can describe it is when the Rams drafted Aaron Donald. The Rams didn't need to draft Aaron Donald, but Aaron Donald fell to them in a position where they can get an absolute unicorn and let him just grow into that role. I think I'd have no problem with this pick. Absolutely not.
I have some quick breaking news, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
The Philadelphia 76ers have defeated the Toronto Raptors 132-97.
Hey!
Moving on, second round, which brings us to our PSN Hennessy moment of the night.
Woo!
All right, go Sixers.
Love to see it.
Damn.
He's still on the board, Nick. You never know.
Yeah, no, I get it, but it's more likely that they trade out of 18 than they make a pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, unless the guy they love is still there at 18. You know, they could love Johnson, they could love Hamilton, and you know that could be what keeps them at 18. Now both of them are gone, then definitely trading at 18 makes sense. But it all depends who's available at that moment.
And also, one other thing that I will say with Jordan Davis, in terms of overall like snap production and the fact that he's going to be in a cluttered defensive line, we got to remember when Fletcher Cox came into the league and was drafted, 12th overall, the team already had, like, I believe they were first in the league in sacks. Like this, it was a pretty cluttered defensive line, and Cox only played, I believe, like 30% of the snaps his first year. This is a move for the longevity of the Philadelphia Eagles, not just for this particular year. It's a very, very Howie pick in saying, listen, down the road, Jordan Davis, Kayvon Thibodeau, we'll take Jordan Davis.
Hamilton was right there, man.
Don't need to remind me.
In Baltimore. But I was finding a way to move.
Just saying, again, it might be there at 18, and Jordan Davis would not have been.
You're absolutely right. Jordan Davis wouldn't have one pass on Baltimore, like Chris said.
But yeah, a lot of reports are saying Baltimore was going to pick Davis at 14 if he was there.
Yeah,
it just makes sense. They needed him, so it's.
And but that's the other thing. We underestimate how bad that pass rush was last year. As good of a season as Hargrave had, it was a horrific pass rush. And that's something that Jonathan Gannon's defense desperately needs. They need the edge rushers. They need the interior pressure to be able to defend and help the secondary out. Now, is there a corner coming in at 18? Is it going to be Hamilton? That's definitely in the picture. It's far less likely that it's going to be Hamilton, but at that same point, it helps the team immensely now. Like, he's going to play, and he's going to play a lot.
You've also got to think as well that, again, outside of that first year, Hassan Reddick is going to be this like hybrid player that's going to be at the line. Imagine like a four-man rotation. If Sweat on one side, you've got a stand-up rush for him, Reddick, Milton Williams, and then obviously now Jordan Davis. And this is going to be something that's going to be there for 3-4 years. Like, it's a monstrous defensive line, and it's a cornerstone. When the Eagles first took Carson Wentz, they gave Fletcher Cox a big contract extension. They've tried to put on those cornerstones ever since. Jernigan didn't pan out. They went through multiple other guys. Obviously, there was the one and done of Malik Jackson. That went well. They're trying to find that cornerstone along the defensive line. This is the best way to do it.
What if the Eagles can convince the Packers or the Chiefs?
Ravens are taking Kyle Hamilton at 14.
Told you.
Wow.
I called it.
He was slow anyway. You know, that's what we said.
His 40
The
sucked.
reason he fell. He's
going to be terrible. He's a buck.
Falling.
Like I wonder if
50 likes! Sorry, get it, the song out! Emergency!
Jesus.
Emergency! Stop writing the article. The song's coming out. I'll turn my phone off. Sorry, we got to start again.
That Ravens defense is gonna be fucking ridiculous.
It's good.
There we go, boys. Well in. We're up to 50. Next up, 60. I'm going to keep writing this article, as you were. Sorry.
Andrew Booth is still on the board, folks.
Yeah, if they do trade down from 18, and like Chris was talking about, a move with Green Bay, a move with Kansas City, could potentially see the Eagles drafting Booth with whatever first-round pick they get from either of those teams.
I like how we're at pick 15 and my TV is still on the Eagles pick.
Oh, so is mine. Is this a streaming thing, or is it just like just out
I
the?
don't know, but like I'm on NFL Network and they're just on the Eagles pick now.
Yeah, I'm on ESPN.
So I'm trying to get this article up as soon as I can.
Jordan
My
Davis.
graphics better than the Eagles. Grow up. We did ours better. Didn't even have a sponsor. I reckon.
I think they traded back.
Latest thing from a scout is saying they spoke to Jeremiah Washburn about Jordan Davis. It was one of the few times you saw Washburn talk as highly about a defensive lineman as you've ever seen before in his coaching career.
Jordan Davis, that's a big boy, man. That guy's huge.
It's an Eagle. It's a very Philadelphia Eagles pick.
It's a Howie pick.
But even then though, like in fairness to the pick, the Eagles Super Bowl run, if you will, when they were very good, started because of the Fletcher Cox selection. We can talk about Brandon Graham the year before, but it took him a while. We can talk about Jason Kelsey, but Fletcher Cox was the first cog of that draft of the entire draft that really propelled the team into that position to win a title in 2017. It's pretty much history repeating itself.
This guy's freaking huge, man, and quick. That's mammoth.
Yeah, why they have to put him so far from the stage?
Jesus.
So what?
I don't know. It's growing on me a little bit, the idea of it. I mean, obviously, there's the concern about, what he's actually going to come into camp, in the season weighing at. Is he going to be closer to that nose tackle weight if he's up by like that 350 plus or so, or if he can trim down a little bit, or not even trim down, but so much as keep it down. But I don't know.
Would you move Hargrave to the edge?
Like that.
Would you think about like throwing out a lineup where it's Jordan Davis and Fletcher Cox in the middle with Hargrave and Sweat on the outside or Graham on the outside?
I mean, you could do Milton Williams on the outside.
Yeah, I think that's.
I mean, you could have a defensive line of Cox, Hargrave, Davis, and Williams all together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you could potentially put Sweat standing up too on one side and Reddick on the other side and just completely fucking bum rush the quarterback.
And I will say, in fairness, there's still a lot of value in this draft still with the Eagles at 18. I think it's Kay that was saying that don't disqualify the Eagles from trading up again because you still have Johnson, you still have Booth, we mentioned. There's still a lot of players here that Philadelphia could handle at 18.
Yeah, but they're not trading. They're not trading up with Houston again. They're not trading up.
I agree. I agree, but it's not out of the realm of possibility if they get their player.
Jordan Davis at fullback running behind Mailata could be filthy.
Baltimore, Calais Campbell said Jordan Davis is going to be a stud. Thought we had him, but that's how the draft goes. And let's also be fair to Howie Roseman. For the second straight year, I just saw this. For the second straight year, Howie has picked a player from a national championship team. That is a very, very strong strategy.
Hey,
He's basically saying, screw the intangibles, screw everything. What do we see on tape?
So I'm coming back as soon as I can. I also want to do a piece on like Eagles players reacting to it, just because I think that's quite a fun one.
Yeah.
That normally bangs traction. So I might be MIA for a bit.
A&M guard Kenyon Green taken at 15 to Houston.
Oh wow.
Oh wow. Okay.
So who's
That's a little
Washington
high.
taking the question?
I'm not even joking. I swear I had that in my mock draft earlier.
So it's the Commanders, then the Chargers.
The Eagles
Dallas-
traded up again with the Texans.
What?
What? Jermaine Johnson then?
Oh my God, yeah.
Wait, it
What?
doesn't make sense. It says
Wait,
The
no,
Texans-
the Texans took
Yeah.
Green.
Yeah, they traded up.
what the.
Wait,
fuck
what?
are you on?
No, how? Dove Kleiman just said.
I just saw that too.
Wait,
Oh,
they
no,
just
no,
traded
yeah,
up.
no.
They traded up with the Redskins.
What the hell's going on?
I'm scared.
Well, this is weird because Dov Kleiman has traded up again with the Texans, but then trading
Actually-
down with the Eagles, they take Kenyon Green.
But they can't really.
You can't
They
take
can't
pre-order
do
picks.
3 picks before they actually take Kenyon Green.
It's gonna be Jermaine Johnson if they trade it up again. But can we get confirmation on this?
But they've already said that they're taking Kenyon Green.
Right, we're in my fingers. I felt like woman from Happy Gilmore going like, my fingers hurt.
What the hell's going on?
Am I on deck again? Is there another? Have they just moved up again?
I don't think so.
So Hamilton.
The Ravens traded Marquise Brown to the Cardinals.
What?
Wow.
That's
What is going on?
interesting as hell.
This is
Why?
like a lack of sleep, right? Like, this is happening, yeah. This is.
This is actually happening. Field Yates just tweeted it out. The Ravens traded wide receiver Marquise Brown to the Cardinals.
Wow. Jeez. Oh, Hamilton in Baltimore is just bad news for everyone. It's like choosing it like they've taken Jordan Davis out and the Eagles have basically gone. We'd rather have a kick in the balls than a punch in the face. Like that, it's both gonna suck. Like, damn it. Oh, that's the immediate comparison he's gonna draw as well, going like big time safety in Baltimore, but like he's gonna thrive there. Damn.
Sigh.
Right.
Man, Jordan Davis is a freaking mammoth, man. He's gonna be killing it. Can't wait to see it.
I really like the Jordan Davis pick.
Yeah, I can't complain
Wait,
about it at all.
the Ravens. So it's Marquise Brown and pick 100 to the Cardinals for number 23.
Damn.
So Baltimore's taking a receiver with that one. I think it looks like Booth is going to be available.
I think you gotta take Booth if you're Philly. You can't really
Booth will
go defensive line.
available.
You gotta go cornerback. You have to go cornerback. You can't be that naive.
Let us not
I mean-
forget, earlier today, a young man by the name of Liam Jenkins tweeted, trading up for a wide receiver is sillieth, when there's so much talent in this classeth and other key positions of needeth aren't as deep. If the Eagles move
Are you
up,
adding
it's
a
going to be
different
for a
accent to your
defensive
accent?
lineth. When I speak, how he listens.
Commanders are taking Jahan Dotson.
Who?
Jahan Dotson.
Wow.
Who is the
That's-
Commanders?
wow.
Wait,
Commanders,
really?
yep, at 16.
Why?
That's nuts.
Here's the thing. I said from the beginning they were going to go receiver.
Oh yeah, but it doesn't make any sense to go Dotson that high.
I would also agree.
Well, I'd also say, especially since he profiles as a slot and you have Gibson.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. Like they.
I'll say this though. Once again, that's 16, 17, 18. If you're Philadelphia, you could potentially have your pick of Booth or Johnson.
Or you could just trade down a few spots with Green Bay. If Jahan Dotson is gone now, you would think the Chargers might be going wide receiver here too.
Well, what wide receivers available? In the first
Burks,
state?
Watson.
Oh, wow. I feel like
What's
it's too
his
early
name?
to take Watson, though.
Florio is saying that the Ravens trade for Hollywood Brown The only explanation would be if they're trying to give themselves time to shop Debo.
Wow.
Also, if anyone has any tweets from Eagles players talking about Jordan Davis, let me know because I'm like banging this article. I've got slaying Cox. Which
I feel like
is
now's the time you want to make a trade for Debo Samuel if I'm Philly. Get that established wide receiver.
I still don't want Debo, though. That's the thing.
I don't know that there's enough ammo unless you're going to dip into next year, which I don't want to do.
No,
Yeah,
you're not, and you're not going to do it. The reason you make that trade is because you want to say, okay, let's if Hurts doesn't work out, we need that extra ammo.
Reality.
Who's picking now?
That Eagles defensive line is
So it's going to be the Chargers.
clogged.
The Chargers are on the clock.
Chargers.
That defensive line is clogged.
What'd you say, Chris?
It's gonna be weird.
That defensive line is clogged.
They
Absolutely
got to be
clogged.
making a move. I would say they move
Yeah,
on.
is there a chance that on the new contract that Cox is on that we see him possibly moved by the deadline?
If the team's out of playoff contention,
I think someone gets moved before even maybe training camp because you got Barnett, you have Sweat, you have Graham, you have Cox, you have Hargrave,
I mean,
you have
Barnett could
Williams,
just be cut,
you have,
frankly.
You have now Davis. That's 7 starting worthy defensive linemen just there.
Yep. They got to be moving Cox. It has to happen.
Here's the thing. I don't think it's going to be Cox.
I don't think it's Hargrave. They were so close.
You get
to
more
the top
value
out
for
there.
Hargrave.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the cap ramifications for Hargrave. But I could see it being, from a value perspective, it being Hargrave.
still not any Hollywood Browns and the Cardinals. Totally separate one, but
What if Howie Roseman shocks the world and takes a linebacker?
I think the world would collapse.
I'd be happy.
Like if he goes the Georgia defense in the first round, it just goes Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean.
I'm excited. That happened.
All right. Conversely, though, what if he goes Devonta Wyatt?
If he goes defensive line again, I don't know. I
think he might be forced to if Johnson falls.
I don't.
I just don't fucking know. Like, I mean, because Jermaine Johnson will be there. But, like, what do you do
why
then?
would you add more?
But what the hell do you do?
Because you re-signed Derek Barnett, and then, like you said, there's a logjam right now at defensive tackle. If you have Norman Williams, you have Cox, you have Hargrave.
Well, to kind of go back to Chris's point, if Johnson's there and if you don't want to continue to OP the line, like that's the perfect time to trade back. So
Stein is
that's
available too.
Let's see.
What's his name? Louis Stein? The safety?
If you guys were to give a letter grade for this pick, what would it be?
What, Jordan Davis?
B plus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think B plus is fair.
Yeah. I think they gave up too much capital for it, but that's what it is, right?
Yeah, I mean, but you kind of had to do what you had to do because Baltimore was one taking him, so it's fucking hard.
You were choosing. Yeah, you were choosing between Hamilton or Jordan Davis, basically.
Yeah.
My sources have a crystal ball saying that it's going to be Andrew Booth at 18.
hey,
That'd be great.
That's my tweet, you little devil. Behave yourself. If I'm right twice, I don't know. I hit. All I do is hit dingers. Call me Big Al.
That's a good. And correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Booth play on the outside?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, he's an outside corner. He's a Marlon Humphrey type.
I have no problem with that draft. I have no problem.
It's athletic, physical corner. I would love Booth.
Did the freaking Chargers pick yet?
Chargers, yeah, the
No,
Chargers
they're
taking
still
Zion
on the
Johnson.
clock.
Zion
They haven't even
Johnson to the
announced the
Chargers.
Washington pick.
Wait, who did the Commies pick?
What?
Who did the Commanders pick?
Jahan Dotson.
Chargers have taken Zion Johnson.
Okay,
Really?
so here it is, folks.
Liam's sources come through again. It's not, I just saw it on Twitter, but you know.
Yeah.
Jackson
You
gonna
got
have
Johnson
about 100.
available at 18 if you want him.
You don't go defensive.
Yeah.
line. You can't. I say you can't double dip.
You
You
can't.
hold this pick for
Can't.
ransom and you trade it to a defensive line needy team.
You can't.
I don't disagree with that take at all. I don't. I would love a linebacker or
You go, yeah.
or a corner here.
I think
Go
I
Debo.
don't see them picking someone other than Johnson is my problem. So I think it's much more likely that they trade this pick if they can. But if they can't, I just don't know how you don't go for Johnson. Just from a pure, he's by far the best player left on the board. I mean, I love Booth, but
Holy shit!
Oh!
there we go.
AJ
Wow.
Brown traded to the freaking Eagles.
Oh!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, wow!
Go shake your ass, Nick. Go
Holy
shake your ass.
shit!
Where has he pulled that out of his ass from? Oh my
Howie
god!
freaking Rosen.
That is unbelievable, man.
Yeah, that's got to make a lot of people feel better about the Jordan Davis pick, huh?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm calling it a night now. Good night, guys.
Jesus!
Oh my god, it happened. Didn't I say this in the chat a couple weeks ago or a couple days ago? Oh my god.
That is
Oh
an
my God.
I'm
unbelievable.
about to write my
size-
third article in 10 minutes. I can't keep up.
Oh my god, it happened. AJ Brown.
That is a
freaking
seismic shift in the NFC East.
Wow.
Eagle.
Did we
Oh
have
my
a
God.
Tampa trade?
Top update.
Uh,
Oh my God. The Titans gave AJ Brown Eagles 18th and a third.
That's
No,
it?
no.
That's it.
It's
That's
AJ
it.
Brown. It's AJ Brown for 18 and a third.
That's what you said.
Jesus.
Yeah, oh, I thought you just said it's 18 for AJ Brown and a third.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, it happened.
Oh,
Freaking
I'm
Howie
doing this one
Roseman just pulled off the impossible and got AJ Brown for Tennessee. Oh my god.
I'm trying
This
to
Eagles
SEO an
offense-
article and the
but-
notifications keep blocking the links.
And you know what's the best part about this? The best part about this, they're going to obviously give AJ Brown a contract extension. That's obviously coming in.
Oh, of course.
Because
yeah.
they'll make that trade for without him. But even if Jalen Hurts doesn't prove himself, which I think he will next year with AJ Brown and Devontae Smith,
Absolutely.
you have two potential top picks to get a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal with two number one receivers.
And the key thing about the AJ Brown trade as well is, like, remember when we spoke about this a couple of days ago, AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts have a very personal relationship with each other. They're pretty much best friends. And you had Devontae Smith now.
I mean, I think this further shows their commitment to Hurts because you got Hurts' best friend and former roommate in Devontae Smith, and then you got his apparent best friend in AJ Brown now too. You're building around Jalen Hurts, and oh my gosh,
This is amazing. What a time to be alive.
Man. This draft went from this, and here's the thing: this draft went from a B+ to an A immediately. Immediately.
Real quick, is it 83 or 101?
101.
Or a future third?
101.
101. Oh,
it's
gosh.
101. So they still have 51 and 83.
That is an absolute fleece.
Oh, okay.
Guys,
right.
this feels so good right now.
Article
There is no excuse for this Eagle offense to look anywhere near outside of the
Liam,
top
are you working
10.
on an article?
I'm working on 3.
You want me to work on the AJ Brown one?
Yeah.
Yeah or yeah?
I'm coming to it.
You want me to do it? I can do it.
If you want it, it's all yours.
shit.
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
I need to hear.
Alright.
I need to hear this. I need to hear NFL Network's response to this. This is, and here's the thing: final year of his rookie deal. You know an extension is going to come for him. You're obviously going to have that money. Does it mean that someone like Derek Barnett or another player are going to be shipped out? Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm gonna blank out for a second, okay? I'm gonna write that A.J. Brown article.
Yeah, you
but
got
with
it.
the second and third round picks available, you can go safety and potentially corner in the second and third round. Oh my God, that is so huge.
Absolutely wild.
That's what she said.
To be fair, my friend got a PlayStation 5 earlier and messaged me saying, Liam, why is it so big? And I was like, well, not the first time I've had. That won't be the last, but it's okay. We move.
Jeffrey Simmons, the defensive tackle for Tennessee, just tweeted out, wait, this best not be true. And Fletcher Cox retweeted him saying, it sure is.
That's so crazy.
What a day in Philadelphia sports, man.
Yeah,
What a day for Philadelphia sports.
Yeah, I mean, I was in Philly today with my track runners, and they ran great. And then we have the Sixers advancing.
So I'm still here. I'm just trying to do like 80 things at once, but
I'm getting a beer.
Oh my!
Cheers.
And that is just an app. And I will say it's a fleece because for a receiver like AJ Brown, is going for Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams type money, and for Devontae and type of compensation. All they had to give up was the 18th overall pick and a third. That's not even their highest pick in the third round. That is such a massive win for the Philadelphia Eagles.
How long's left on his contract? 2
God.
years. Do you know how long's left on his contract? Oh, I can look it up in a sec. I don't know. I'm trying to find a picture. Jesus. Yeah, so he's in his contract year. So it's a pick swap in the third? For 1
No,
year.
so they gave up the 18th and a third round pick for AJ Brown. There's no pick compensation coming back. It is literally sign him to a deal. They're going to sign him to a deal most likely, and that's pretty much it. That's your 18th overall pick.
Well,
You got.
I don't know. I'm in two minds.
You
about
said it was
it.
also
Like,
a third round pick?
It's great on paper. Yeah, it's all right. No, it's good. I don't want to overthink myself into thinking it's bad. It's fine. It's all good. Everything's great. No, it's a strong pick. It's a strong move. Like the Titans have to be gutted.
And here's the thing. And here's the thing. For the Eagles, they were close, but not really, to the Dallas Cowboys last season when it came to what they were trying to do and how far they were and based on talent. The Cowboys have gotten worse this offseason with the trade of Amari Cooper, letting go of Randy Gregory and all these other different things. Philadelphia has clearly gotten better, and a lot better now with A.J. Brown, plus the addition of Jordan Davis, plus the linebacker that they were able to sign. Do they still have other needs at safety and corner? Absolutely. They're going to need to figure that out. But there are options on the table in free agency to be able to get that done.
That's crazy. Right, I've got the picture ready. I've got the picture ready for when Brian's article's done.
This is an A, teetering on A+ draft for the Philadelphia Eagles already. You have an all-pro receiver, and all you had to give up was basically a third-round pick. Really, that's
a 4-year extension. He's got a 4-year deal, 4-year extension, $100 million, $57 million guaranteed.
Only 57 guaranteed?
Yeah.
Can you put that in Slack?
Convert that. Let me see what I've got to.
Hey Liam, can you put that in the Slack so I can copy it?
Yes.
Who came out with the deal?
Rat.
Rappaport.
Rat? I'm not. What's with this? I'm not seeing Rappaport at all.
There we go.
Oh yeah, there it is. Damn, that's
So it's basically how much it's so $100 million. It makes him the basically the tied third highest paid receiver, in line with Amari Cooper, for now.
Treylon Burks is going to be the pick for the Titans. I don't know if that was already announced.
I don't know how I feel about that logistically. Just because they worked so hard to get under the cap. You draft Devontae Smith as a star, and now you bring in...
I mean, you would think that this contract is backloaded.
You'd like to think, with Howie, you'd like to think for sure.
And the other thing is this: he's 24 years old. This isn't trading for a 29-year-old Alshon Jeffrey. This is a 24-year-old wide receiver who is just entering his prime.
Yeah.
Like this has to be for this year, a low cap hit so they could sign all the rookies. They still have to. Obviously, we have to see how the draft goes, but if they don't land a safety in this draft, they're gonna have to sign another one.
Yep.
Tyrann Mathieu still out there, so it's.
Or what's his name? Stein, whatever.
You could draft. I think Stein goes at the back of the first round, but or even early second round. I don't think he lasts.
Never know.
Oh, okay, right. We're good. We're fine. Okay. Everything's great. Everything's fine. Brian's an article. I can breathe for a little bit, guys. We're back. We're 4 likes away from 60, which would bring in the Clayton Thorson song, which is pretty apt, I think, at this point. So if you haven't liked this stream yet, do turn that little grey thumb blue. We'll set a new record. We'll beat last year's title. We'll ring in the song. We'll have a little party. And breathe a little bit, because we've still got some moves. So what have we got left now, pick-wise? We've got 4 left. So I'm assuming that's, 51, 83, and 237? And 154, I think.
What did you say?
So the picks that we've got left.
So they don't have a fourth, and I think they gave up two of the 3
two
fifths.
fifths, yeah. So it's
So
51, 83.
It's basically 51. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Oh, 60 likes, boys. Run it back again. We need a chaotic compilation for this stream already. It's already been manic. Give me 2 secs. It's coming. There we go, boys. 63. What an effort from the chat tonight. What an effort from the boys. What an effort from our hosts. And we're only 18 picks in. We're literally halfway through. What a night this has been so far. Unbelievable.
Holy Jesus. We go from missing out on Kyle Hamilton, choosing Jordan Davis, to a top 10 really wide receiver in football. To pair with a rookie receiver that just set the franchise record in receiving yards in a single season.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I'm very, very excited to see now. But the only thing is now, the only downside is that this is the perfect setup for Jalen Hurts. So if he is even remotely subpar, I don't think there's going to be that long a leash on him, because you have now got 2 wide receivers who should very comfortably be 1,000 yard plus, I would say, capable. Yep. You've got a franchise tight end. You've got a dominant offensive line. You've got a running back committee that led the NFL in rushing last year. There is no excuse for Jalen Hurts to be anything less than good. And that's not even asking much. That's not even asking much.
Here's the thing. I'll go there, Liam. He needs to show that he's a top 10 quarterback.
100%. Absolutely.
I don't think with the offensive pieces that he has, I don't think he has to be a top 10 QB. I think he has to be better. He has to be better than last year, and you need to show that you're pass first QB rather than a run first QB. But I don't think we need him to be elite to win. I think right now he obviously has to work on his accuracy. He needs to work on his pocket presence, because his overthrows or his freaking just not finding the open receiver last year is not going to work with Smith and Brown and Goddard, and it's just there's no excuse at this point. But I think we can pass. I think we can be successful with Hurts just not being the reason we lose, and build the defense now around them. I think for the rest of the draft, you kind of have to just target defense. Maybe an offensive line, but you don't really have that many picks anymore. But like at 51, 83, maybe a safety and a linebacker, and then just offensive line depth later on. But you draft a safety, like you draft a linebacker, you're looking at the clear favorite in the NFC East, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, they've got to win the division here.
Well, what they've essentially done is do what Dallas did to them last year, no? Like when they kind of went up and went lamb, and it was, oh, well, the Eagles have got Slay, so now let's eliminate that and give them a really big problem on the other side of the field. So now the Eagles have gone, well, they've got Trayvon Diggs, they've got one good corner, let's put A.J. Brown on the other side. It's the exact mirror of what they've done in this whole, like, anything you can do, I can do better. And I rate it. I really rate that.
The Saints are taking Trevor Penning with the 19th pick. Saints have had two picks here. Olave and Penning. They needed a receiver. They needed an offensive lineman. They needed both. They've improved the roster. That's not a better roster than Philadelphia. The making the playoffs is the bare minimum for this franchise going into next year. They need to be in the top 10 in offense. They need to show that they're able to win games based on putting up as many points as possible. There is absolutely no excuse anymore to not lead that to be a top offense. And then you go out and say, okay, I think for the rest of this draft, I think it's fair to say that they are going defense in the second, third, and the last fit that they have. But this is a tremendous day one for the Philadelphia Eagles on draft night.
Yeah, a big shout to Davidson comes in, says, hey guys, A.J. Brown, super excited. As are we. I'm going to quickly go and find the clip of when we all lost it, because I think it's just great. I would say television, but great streaming content we'll put on Twitter shortly. Yeah, incredible night. I have just got an awful feeling, though, that Booth is going to end up in New England, which is like the one place I don't want to see him because they just seem to get the best out of those guys. But yeah, I mean, the Eagles are still in a good position now moving into tomorrow. We're getting close to 70 likes. Ron's right, which means we have to run back the Thorson song again. Should be the second time in a little bit. Their contract isn't bad either. Yeah, so he's the third highest paid receiver in the NFL. We can assume it's backloaded and it's technically a 23-year deal worth $8 a year, because that's somehow what Howie Roseman's able to do all the time. You're getting an all-pro receiver, like Nick said. He just broke a franchise record on the back of that, and he's under like age 25. I can't do the real song that's published because we get done for copyright, but I will do the vocals when we hit 70, I promise. I'm going to go to the toilet quickly, find this video of us reacting, tweet it, and hopefully you have my back. We'll do the thoughts and so we'll run it back.
So the article's in, just heads up, okay?
Barstool, for Smitty from Barstool, I think is absolutely correct here. All Howie Roseman needed to do was not try to outsmart anyone, including himself. He didn't outsmart anyone with the Jordan Davis pick, because Jordan Davis is an absolute freak of an athlete. And then you trade for a 20. Again, this isn't like you're trading a 29-year-old receiver who might be on the precipice of being at the twilight of his career. This is a 24-year-old receiver just entering his prime. This is like a young T.O. T.O. wasn't young when he came to Philadelphia. I think he was like 29 years old. This is like a young T.O. joining a team with let's say, a good Pro Bowl receiver already. Let's say it's joining to Randy Moss with a competent quarterback. This is a massive move. It shapes the NFC East to this point. And it's basically saying that the Eagles can no longer just be okay with making the playoffs. This must be a playoff win and a deep playoff run from now on. This is Philadelphia reloading and saying, we are back in Super Bowl contention.
This is insane. You're pairing A.J. Brown, 24 years old, who's tallied almost 3,000 yards in 3 seasons, going 1,000 yards in 2 seasons. What happened?
So back in
Eagles don't ooh it.
Back in 1983, the Pittsburgh Steelers passed up on quarterback Dan Marino. They are not doing that this time. They took Kenny Pickett. Malik Willis is still on the board.
Oh wow, they kept picking in Pittsburgh. But anyways, like I was saying, so it's a pair of AJ Brown with Devontae Smith, and then you have Quez Watkins as well. Like I feel like Jalen Hurts, and I kind of overheard you, Nick. I feel like this season he's gonna make that leap. Like this is a guarantee you make this leap. You have everything you need to feel comfortable enough to be that player going forward. Is he gonna be a top 10 quarterback? I don't believe that. But the thing about the Eagles, what I feel like is they don't need a franchise quarterback. Like that's not the ideal situation for them anymore. It's about putting the right pieces around their quarterback to succeed going forward.
This is a great night for the history of the Philadelphia Eagles. They get a freak athlete at the defensive line, and then all of a sudden they add in one of the young phenom receivers in the NFL right now that is entering his prime. Guys on the stream, what do you guys think? I'm sure everyone is as excited as we are. This is
$100 million. Wow.
But only what is it? 57 guaranteed?
Yeah.
That's not a lot, man. And and here's the thing, I will trust the Eagles and what they do in terms of their overall cap management and just being able to manage the cap in a way that's going to set them up for success. This is a move that sets them up for the success long term. You're going to pair a rookie contract in Devontae Smith with a number one receiver in AJ Brown. That is
and the crazy
really
Devontae
good.
Smith would be a wide receiver one by himself. So now you have two players who could be the number one target going forward. And then shout out to Sean, who's actually always listening in on Flipping the Birds, because he actually hit me up a couple weeks ago saying like, "Oh, I would love it for the Eagles to trade for AJ Brown." And I kind of dismissed it. Like, there's no way that they give up that much capital, but to give out only a first and a third, it's insane.
Hola.
Yeah.
I'm back. How are we doing, boys? Are we calmed ourselves? Are we contained?
Nope.
Absolutely freaking not.
Nope.
Is the article sent in, Brian?
Yes, it's in.
Legend. Right, I'll get onto it now, mate. How are you
Liam, I don't know if you know
today?
this. Liam, I don't know if you know this, but Kenny Pickett is going to Pittsburgh.
I saw that, yeah.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I'm going to actually call it a night because I do have to walk my dog. I got to be up early. But I'm glad to have spent this much time with you guys. I'm glad to talk a little bit more shop over the weekend. So whatever you guys need from me, just let me know. If you need me to work on articles, Leon.
I appreciate it. I'll definitely keep you posted. Thank you for
Yeah, I'm off as well. I will be on tomorrow night at some point, but I'll be on.
So we can discuss it in the chat, man. But we will make sure you both have loads to do if you want to, and can hop on the stream with some wholesome content. But thanks for everything, Brian. You've been a true warrior tonight. It's been an honor sharing the stage with you.
Likewise, man. And Nick, behave yourself.
That's not going to happen. We all know that's not going to happen.
Have a good night, guys. Take it easy.
You too, man. Talk to you soon. We're 69 likes, guys. Nice. We're one away from a Thorson rerun, which is unreal. I just saw Phil Yates tweet that the Eagles turned Carson Wentz into an extra first, then turned that into AJ Brown. That's pretty wild. 70, we got to run it back. Oh, I can't keep up now. Oh, God. There is a video as well of our live reaction on Twitter. So when we actually saw the AJ Brown trade, and it's just Nick screaming holy shit at the top of his lungs, which is what we're here for. Yeah, I will get the song up now. We'll run it back. I did promise lyrics as well. I did promise we would run the full version in of Clayton Dawson. So, Clayton Dawson, da 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 da. Clayton Dawson, da 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 da. Clayton Dawson, da 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 da. Clayton Dawson. There you go. That's just for you. Nick is got a severe headache after that. He's not a happy
No,
man.
I'm absolutely flabbergasted that Philadelphia was able to respond and solve two issues on the board. And like two of their bigger issues last year were their passing attack and their interior pass rush. And they absolutely nailed both out of the park today. There still needs to be done. They need a corner, they need a safety. But this team is a lot better tonight than they were 5 hours ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the main thing. And like we said the other night, like it was hard for Howie to sort of mess this draft up. but it's also very hard to not maximize that return, you know, and not make the most of the assets that you've got. I don't think anyone saw Howie going off like that, and we all kind of assume maybe a trade back, maybe a trade up. We didn't assume a trade for a player like AJ Brown, and that's something that you can overpay for a talent like that, especially when a team like Tennessee might not be looking to pay him that next deal if they're looking to cash in. But I think it's safe to say that Howie has once again done a Howie. It's insane. It's a really good night.
The Patriots are trading back in the draft. No report yet on who they are trading with. Nope. And it looks like they're going to take Trent McDuffie.
Oh, wow. Is Booth still here? I've always been away.
Booth is still around.
Oh, wow.
I have Dolph Kleiman saying the Patriots are selecting McDuffie. Rappaport is saying the Patriots are trading back. So we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen.
A bit of a showdown on sources. That's
But even then, though, like another player we haven't talked about, Jermaine Johnson is still on the board.
Yeah.
People were talking about him being a top 10 lock, and now he's outside of the top 20.
There's always one player, though. Like I remember a couple of years back, it was Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He went to like the third round, and we were still like begging for him. It's really weird how stuff like that works, for sure. Johnson is a DE, yeah, absolutely. That's the one. Just trying to get these...
That's a good moment for Pickett. He gets to stay in his hometown, stay with Pittsburgh, stay in his college. That's a good... I know people are going to be upset at the fact that it wasn't Malik Willis, but this is a professional. This is a guy ready-made to start week 1.
Yeah.
Chiefs on the clock. It looks like we are getting conflicting reports here. Okay, so it looks like there is no pick. So yeah, okay. So the Patriots are trading out, and the Chiefs are on the clock now. So who is this for? I mean, this is clearly for a wideout, but which wideout?
I'll be with you in 2 secs and try and diverge. I'm just at it in.
Nope, all good. Hey, guys, let me ask you. Do you think? And here's one that I was thinking. It's probably not going to happen, especially with the trade for Brown. Do you guys think there's any chance at all that Howie Roseman and the Eagles could trade back into the first round?
It's possible. I mean, they still got their second, right? They've still got 51.
They've still got 51. They have 83. But the question will be, if they want to stay packed, they definitely can. There's not going to be a lot to trade up for anymore. They don't have any fourth rounder. They lost 2 of their 5th round picks. Whew.
Crazy. Getting absolutely crazy. I'm just getting this article up. I'll put it in the chat as soon as we're done as well. Hold on. Oof. Do you know what? I always forget how intense draft coverage is. Like I'm like, yeah, it's fun, it's so fantastic. Good. And then we're like half a round in, and I'm like, I can't breathe. I'm like, I think Zach's just off for a little break as well, so we'll get him back soon. Right, that's up. Feed it in the. Can I pin it in the YouTube comments from here? It'd be amazing if I could. I'd like to think I can. If I can do this, can I pin that? I probably can from here.
Kansas City is sending number 29, 94, and 121 to New England for 21. So they don't give up They do not give up both first-round picks. They only give up 1. That's a solid trade for the Chiefs.
There we go. Cool. So, right, the article for AJ Brown is a Philadelphia Eagle should now be pinned on the chat. So if you do want to read about AJ Brown, if you're new to the stream, if you've been out having a few drinks, celebrating the Sixers, as you may well be, you've missed a hell of an NFL draft. We'll keep you up to date with all of it. That blue bar is our article, so Brian Cameron has just written that. So that's all you need to know about the AJ Brown trade. So we've got that, we've covered Jordan Davis, we've covered a lot. We'll do first round targets tomorrow. There's a lot to get through. Nick, what have you got? You look a bit... look a bit shocked.
So the Chiefs are going to take Trent McDuffie with the 21st overall pick. So the Chiefs go corner and not wide out
Booth either, though.
with their first round pick.
slipping.
And that's another one. Booth is slipping. You have what was it? Gordon is the other one, the other corner. This is very interesting.
I just saw, Chris is a star. I just saw that. Chris, if you're watching the stream, that would be amazing. Thank you. If not, I'll reply to you very soon. So Franz tells us who's going to play defense for this team. They still need a corner, a linebacker, safety, and an edge. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But, I mean, with an edge, you've technically got Hassan Reddick who's going to come down. Yeah. That he's sort of this hybrid player. I think there needs to be a real film room into what that role is going to look like. And I'll try and get to that as soon as everything slows down a bit. Outside of that, I mean, the difference I think we're forgetting is that we're so used to seeing corners and safeties in this Eagles defense give up massive plays because not only are they playing 10 yards off the ball, but they're playing in like cover 3 or cover 0 where they're tasked with literally shading and trying to force runners inside. And when they do that, it's on safeties who just blow it all the time. What we saw last year with the Eagles defense was much better from a secondary perspective. And they didn't really have much in there. Like, Darius Slay had a very good year. Nelson was solid. We saw a huge resurgence from Avonte Maddox. You can make the case he was arguably the defensive player of the year. Anthony Harris was solid. And Marcus Epps fills the role. Like, yes, it needs improvement. Absolutely it does. And I would love to see them take a cornerback. The thing with corner that everyone's forgetting, though, is that they did trade for Tay Gowan mid-season, and they also traded for another young corner. Now, they're not, starting caliber just yet, but you've got Darius Slay as your CB1. You can groom these guys up as CB2, and then obviously expand them. At linebacker, Hassan Reddick, TJ Edwards, and Davion Taylor. It's 3 athletic guys.
You're forgetting about Kasir White as well.
Oh, yeah, of course.
White is huge. Yeah. And that's the thing, though. Kasir White was a great free agent pick. Like, that's not a pick that we just forget and say, well, it's another linebacker on a veteran minimum deal, so we just throw that away like the other deals that have gone out to linebackers. This was a very, very good player for the LA Chargers and was arguably a top 3 player on the team last year, and that's on a defense with Derwin James and Bosa. Like, he's a good player, and he's going to help on the defensive end, especially I don't even think linebacker is truly a need anymore because of Kasir White. I think in reality, you hammer home the corner, you handle home the safety, and you walk away with a very solid draft.
Yeah, it's an intriguing spot to be in. And I think that the other thing with this team, like we've said a lot now, is that they're in a transitional spot where there is no immediate expectation. They're not expecting playoffs. They're not expecting a championship game.
There is now. Huh? There is now. I'll tell you, you don't make the trade for A.J. Brown. You do not trade a guy like A.J. Brown and say there's no expectation. The expectation is you are now in Super Bowl contention. No matter how.
I wouldn't go that far. I would say that within the next 5 years, by the time that contract's up, for sure.
Liam, but here's the thing. When you're looking at a move like this offense, you don't need with this offense, you don't need what?
Oh no.
The Packers are selecting linebacker Quay Walker.
Oh wow.
They pass on a receiver.
Well, I mean, a lot of the guys that are left, probably round 2, like your Watsons and obviously your Pickens. Who else is left for the whiteout at the minute? Let's have a look. So you got Pickens is the next guy, isn't he? So yeah,
I believe it. Jeremiah is already saying this now, where it's his top 6 are all off the board.
Yeah,
all off the board right now. So
I agree.
I get it, but oh boy, does that just look awful after losing Devontae Adams.
Yeah, I wouldn't take Pickens in the first round though. I mean, if you've lost all the wideouts, fair enough. Don't overreach for George Pickens because he ain't a first round pick, but.
And I'll say this, what helps Philadelphia out even more is the fact that you're going to have Pickens, potentially a guy like Sky Moore, available for some of these younger teams, and you're also going to have the linebackers available. There hasn't been a linebacker selected to this point. You have Nakobe Dean still out there. Devin Lloyd is still available. this is a very good draft for Philadelphia because in the second round, you could have your pick at safety in round 2, whether it's Petre, whether it's Sign. And Liam, I know you're saying that you expect Sign to be gone by the time Philadelphia picks at, what is it, 50 what, 2?
Yeah, 51.
It's 51. But you look at a pick like that, maybe he falls to 51. Maybe it's Brisker. Maybe it's a guy like Petre. You're going to have at least a safety available in theory to be able to make that play. But I will say this, the Bills just traded up with the Cardinals for pick 23. I am going to hammer home that this is a running back.
I'll tell you, I mean, I saw some discussion there about Zach McPherson as well. My theory on him, genuinely, is that last year Maddox was going into a contract year and hadn't looked great because he was put in situations that weren't his strength. Like, he was asked to play safety as a rookie. He was like put outside and he's like 5'1". Like, he was not going to thrive there. So they draft McPherson with the intent that Maddox is going to walk and it continues a cycle of a young slot corner. What nobody expected was that Maddox, going back to his natural position, would ball out and literally become one of the best slot corners in the NFL. And they had to pay him an extension. So now that drafting of McPherson is either you've got a solid CB5 in the slot or a CB4. But when we've seen him outside, he was humiliated against the Pats in preseason. He didn't look great in man coverage when he was out in like spots in like the second half of games last year. So I don't know what they're going to do with him. I think it's a real unfortunate situation for McPherson. Maybe he bullies his way into that CB2 spot. But yeah, he's a guy that shouldn't be forgotten about. But unfortunately, I feel like Maddox really upset the apple cart by becoming this like insane corner overnight sort of thing. Like, I don't think anyone saw that coming.
And the thing is, and it was a smart move by Howie Roseman.
Oh yeah,
because he gave him a contract extension, and he's now. And I don't know the number fully off the top of my head, but you're talking about a cornerback now who is playing like a Pro Bowl player. Let's be fair. Avonte Maddox was a Pro Bowl slot corner last year. He just was not popular enough around the NFL, but he was playing very well. And you got him on a very strategic and movable deal. You can do whatever you want with him now because that deal is just so cap effective to that point.
Yep. Absolutely, 100%. So yeah, it does leave the Eagles in a really weird spot, and I think now we're seeing chat about running back. So I'm trying to keep up. I mean, Ron and Duck are having a really good back and forth there, having a chat. Running back's an interesting one. I'm still of the opinion that Miles Sanders should have been traded this offseason. Not because he's bad, just that his contract's coming up. And I genuinely feel, and you can disagree with me if you want, that Howie Roseman has been scarred by DeMarco Murray's contract because he has not paid a running back anything more than $8 since. From Ryan Matthews and Darren Sproles, LeGarrette Blount, Jay Ajayi, you can name like 20 running backs this team has had. Wendell Smorer, Corey Clement, 5th round, 7th round, undrafted picks. They don't like paying him. Like Jordan Howard, they let go to Miami, mess himself up, so brought him back undrafted. Was sat on the practice squad for half the year. So I don't think they draft. I'd like to see James Cook. I think we've all consensusly agreed that he is a brilliant Jordan Howard-esque replacement. I don't think it happens. And I think you're looking at 5th round and beyond running backs, unfortunately, because that's just the way we go with it.
Kaiir Elam is the pick for the Bills.
Do you know what? I thought they were going to go Booth. I really did. That's such a good pick for him, though, to be fair. Like, I thought it was going to be him or Linderbaum, who's still... When are the Eagles next? 51? A lot of people make it. I'll tell you what, if Booth keeps falling, like, Howie's got to start thinking about it, surely.
I agree, because Booth is a very good player.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's the, fourth corner coming off now, that's... And again, it could very well be that Dallas takes him. Like, I believe Dallas is coming up now. Yeah, so Dallas is up now.
I don't think Dallas is going to take him, though. Like, they don't need to jump that far. Like, the Cowboys do not need a corner. That's the one position they don't need, is a corner.
Well, I will say that there was brought up Jermaine Johnson falling to Dallas. That's a very good selection for the Cowboys, just because of how they lost Randy Gregory, and now you replace him with a good player like Johnson. In fairness, though, Johnson falling was a very popular suggestion by a few people over the last couple of days. There were a couple of issues overall that they were talking about. if Dallas takes him, this is not a surefire pick.
Yeah, no, it's really there's always one or two players as well. Like we say the same thing. I mean, you can even go back to when obviously the Eagles and Cowboys made the trade for the center, and everyone was like, "What the hell's going on?" But there's always a player that we view and value differently, and what it comes down to is that we go off what we see on TV, we go off what analysts tell us, and we go off tape and stats. And what NFL teams go off is all that combined with the fact that they meet these players and the fact that they meet their families and they meet coaches who've worked with them and they meet opposition players who've played against them. And they do so much due diligence where it goes far beyond, is this player good at football? And is he a good fit? Is his head right? What's he like academically? All these other things that we don't really know what goes on behind the scenes. So you end up having players being taken 20 picks earlier than most people think they will, and other players 20 picks lower, and that's unfortunately the nature of the beast. It's like anything, you know. I like comparing it to the stock market just because it's perfect. Like, people view and value stocks in different ways. Some people look for financial growth. Other people look for these like high risk, high reward, you know, could be overnight successes. It depends on what you go for, but yeah, there's always one or two players, and we'll be sat here scratching our heads, and then it comes out that there's some legal case a week later or that no one knew. So it's always the way.
And here's the thing with Jordan Davis. You mentioned the type of guy that he is in the locker room. There were other people talking about how he blew Philadelphia away in the interviews and the pre-interviews, where he was just such a great kid to talk to. He was very intelligent. You add all that. And Philadelphia is obviously a big proponent in the locker room camaraderie. You see that with Jalen Hurts. You see that with the leader that he is. And you pair that with a Jordan Davis type player where he clearly is a good guy and a nice kid. The mold of what the Eagles are continues to show out. They're a team that clearly values the trenches, but are looking for the top skill position players. This so far in round one, this has been pretty much the obvious choice of what the Eagles are. And again, just to reiterate, they traded for a Pro Bowl receiver in A.J. Brown, and they got a stud in Jordan Davis, and they still have both first-round picks next year. They still have 2 second-round picks in 2023. That is unbelievable for the Eagles.
Absolutely. Donnie says, who's a corner we can get round 2? I mean, a lot can change, but right now, Roger McCreary is a guy that's there. I know Elam's obviously just gone, but you're looking at, trying to go further. I think there is a big dip. I think you're looking at, like, see, like the one guy I really want and I would pay for, I mean, Martin Emerson's going to be a third-round guy. Alontae Taylor I really like out of Tennessee. He's someone that I wouldn't mind. Josh Joby, he's from Alabama. Tariq Woolen is the guy I want. Tariq Woolen, I would pound the table for. He's going to be a 3rd or a 4th round pick, maybe even a 5th. Former wide receiver. I think he's like 6'3", massive arms, blazing speed. He's just stiff. But I think that if you put him under Jonathan Gannon, who is, you know, got the best out of guys such as...
Well, Liam, you mentioned a 3rd or 4th pick. With them not giving up 101, with them not giving up 83... you have the ability in that 3rd round to take a very solid corner and a guy that you could potentially hope starts for you day one. Yeah. And I think Woolen could certainly do that if he's taught properly by Gannon. And for all intents and purposes, what Gannon was able to do to that secondary was very impressive last year.
Yeah, I'm a big Tariq Woolen fan. That's my draft crush this year. So if you're looking for a John Hightower level reaction, Tariq Woolen going to the Eagles would be that for me. Outside of that, like, I mean, he's not a cornerback, but I do like Calvin Austin as a wide receiver. Just a gadget player that the Eagles could have some fun with. But in terms of like round 2, round 3 players at cornerback, it's Alontae Taylor and Woolen for me. Those are the 2 that I would die on the hill for. At safety, Petre's still going to be there. I believe Lewis Sign's still there at the moment. Also another Georgia player. It would fit very nicely. It's not the first time the Eagles would have doubled down on teammates. But I just want to go back really quickly to a point Nick made maybe like 5 minutes ago now about character and how high Jordan Davis was with the team. Think about like how many off-field incidents did the Eagles have last year?
I'm sorry, Liam. What was your? I'm trying to monitor.
No, it's okay. How many off-field incidents did the Eagles have last year?
Zero.
Zero.
And I will say this. I liked Carson Wentz. I really wanted him to succeed, and I felt that he got a raw end of the stick towards his end of Philadelphia. But the locker room issues were not there last year. They didn't exist.
And not even
and
that.
I think
like
that didn't have to do. That had to do with Jalen Hurts.
Well, let's go back even further to like just the majority of that Carson Wentz era, where you've got players like there was the Nelson Aguilar strip club incident. There were a lot of contract holdouts. Within a week of Peterson arriving, Sam Bradford had held out. Fletcher Cox held out for a new deal. I believe Darren Sproles, I might be wrong in saying, held out. In 2016.
There were discussions. I remember there were discussions about that. Yeah.
You had the Nigel Bradham umbrella incidents. You had a corner that came home and immediately got a DUI and was kicked off the team. Like, there was just endless something after something after something. And this was the first year there was nothing. And I think there has been a real concentrated effort to find the right type of players, not just the good ones who may lack character elsewhere. And that's a testament to Roseman as well. Like, we can say what we want, but it's a very nice feeling as a reporter to not have to cover a story of this guy's messed up, this guy's been arrested, this guy's in a DUI, because it sucks and it can feel like clickbait, you know, and it sucks.
I agree, but I also think we can give Roseman credit for that. That has a lot to do with the quarterback.
Yeah,
that has a lot to do with the quarterback, and I think it's a majority of the quarterback, and honestly, the head coach as well. Because as much as Doug Peterson is going to be loved in Philadelphia for winning the Super Bowl, there were a lot of issues going on throughout that entire time period. I mean, he didn't run the defense. He wanted nothing to do with defense. He said Jim Schwartz was the defensive head coach. You didn't hear that from Sirianni in this latest press conference. It's, I want to learn as much as I possibly can to be involved in the conversation. That's a massive difference. That's a huge difference. So when you're looking at it from that perspective, where I'm not saying that Sirianni's going to be a better head coach than Doug Peterson, because in order to do that, Sirianni's got to win a Super Bowl. But on the outside looking in, let's take a look at what Sirianni's done. He adjusted the offense when he realized things weren't going well. Did Doug Peterson ever do that? No. That was something we pounded the table for, and he refused to do that. Did we see development in younger players? Absolutely. You saw that throughout the season with Jalen Hurts. Avonte Maddox is a great example. You talk about the development of Devontae Smith, who continued to get better later on in the season. These are all pluses. All pluses. So then you add in the fact that Jalen Hurts is such a hard worker and a locker room guy, and that's all you've heard from this locker room for the last 2 years. You have a great foundation where even if Hurts doesn't work out, Sirianni is there to say, we are going to do something to help the team. And that's all that matters. I will say Cowboys are selecting tackle Tyler Smith.
Brilliant.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, not a clue. That's good.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, I've not watched that. I mean, that's the only thing. Like, we haven't really had to worry about offensive tackles for a while with Lane and Mailata, but it's always been the one position of stability, really. So I haven't really paid much attention to tackles at all. And
Liam, I remember writing an article a couple of days about that, where as much as we want to hate on Howie Roseman for the misses in the first round, the misses at skill position, what they've done and the reason why they are able to keep swinging at these skill position players is because they absolutely nail the trenches every year. Take away Derek Barnett just for a second. Josh Sweat made the Pro Bowl. He made the Pro Bowl. Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham. You add in Landon Dickerson. Jordan Mailata was a 7th-round pick, and he is already an all-pro tackle. He's already up there, and he is 24 years old. Because he keeps nailing these picks in the trenches later on in the draft, that allows you to take these gambles and still be able to succeed even if you miss. J.J. Arcega-Whiteside in 2019 did nothing his rookie year, has done nothing his career. They still won the division. Why did they win the division? A combination of a bad division in general, but also the offensive line wasn't bad.
Yeah,
that's a big plus.
If you think about it as well, like, and this, I don't know how to word this, and I want it to come out the right way, but like, if you compare how many good wide receivers, how many receivers come out every year to tackles, how many receivers go in the first round actually live up to that first round potential?
Yeah.
And then it's a lot rarer to see an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman bust. I think edge rush is a bit different because it's largely dependent on production and that can be scheme based. But definitely interior offensive and defensive line positions, I feel like there's such a low bust rate nowadays. Just because a lot of it's technique. And if you get a guy like Jeff Stoutland who can really groom that technique and take it to the next level, then you're going to be onto a winner regardless. So, yeah, and if you think, would you rather take punts on... Well, would you rather have like a 5-star receiver lockdown and then have to continuously revamp the offensive and defensive line? Or would you rather have to keep taking shots on receivers knowing that your quarterback can play football from like a relatively clean pocket?
It's the offensive line every time. It's the offensive line every time. In the history of football and over the last 20 years, you have seen that if you don't have a good offensive line, you're really not going to win a lot of games. And I think even the Cincinnati Bengals last season, and people say, well, the Bengals won without an offensive line because they had a franchise quarterback. Fair. But look at the games they played in those playoffs and tell me what those scores were.
Exactly.
All under 30 points. Or I think the highest point total they scored was 23. Against Oakland or against Las Vegas, they won because the defense came away with the interception to win the game. In Tennessee, they won the game because the defense forced a turnover and was able to get 10 yards and win the game. In Kansas City, they were down and then didn't give up a point in the second half in overtime to a methodical offense in the Kansas City Chiefs. That wasn't because of Joe Burrow. That was because the defense played out of their minds all 3 games. When it came to the point where the defense needed to make a stop and they couldn't, what happened? They ended up losing the Super Bowl because they couldn't block for Joe Burrow.
Yeah, and as Joe Burrow himself, I completely agree. So there's that. I do like Ron's point as well, saying that the fact they had so many injuries allowed those young guys to get snaps when they otherwise wouldn't. Like, yeah, players like Herbig, Jack Driscoll, Mailata all had to step up, and otherwise they may not have been able to get that experience under their belt. So it's a very good point there from Ron. Josh Stone says, this has been a great draft day for the Eagles. Jordan Davis has the most potential from the D-line in this draft, and A.J. Brown, a proven NFL receiver who's only 24. Fully agree. Again, I mean, it was hard to mess up. It's also hard to do as well as he's done. I don't think anyone expected, trading for a receiver out of left field is one thing, but a receiver of that stature at that age, who also is very, very pally with Jalen Hurts. And that's the other thing it tells you is that I think he is listening. Like how he is clearly aware of the type of guys that Nick Sirianni and his quarterback want around this organization. And that has to speak for something. Because he's not just going to, we can all go back to, the favourite example is Rasul Douglas, all right? Perfect corner for the scheme. Jim Schwartz didn't like him, didn't use him, didn't see eye to eye, gets kicked off, and then he goes to Green Bay and becomes an absolute baller. You're not having that now. These are players that the coaches want to work with, and it's, coaches that want to work with the players. Did the birds get the bread, says Tigre. Yes, they did. They're feasting on a lovely slice of buttered loaf right now, I would say. Seagulls buzzing. You just call them gulls over there, don't you? Like gulls. Gulls?
What happened?
No, don't worry. It's getting to that point in the stream.
I will say a lot of people are saying this Tyler Smith selection. I'm getting two different sides to it. One, this is a reach for Dallas. He's not. They don't think he's a first-round pick, but it's a safe pick because they desperately need offensive line help, which I get, but you're banking on a lot here in a division with Montez Sweat and Jonathan Allen and Brandon Graham and now Hassan Reddick and now Kayvon Thibodeau. Let's be honest. With Kayvon Thibodeau now in the division, you better have a good right tackle and a good left tackle. And as of right now, there's only one team that I think that can handle him, and that's the Philadelphia Eagles with Mailata and Lane Johnson. Yeah. I don't know how Tyler Smith is going to look against Thibodeau in this class. That's going to be a very interesting thing to watch over the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, this class is, I think, maybe the most exciting from like a potential perspective of like how these players going to pan out over the next 3, 4, 5 years, I really think that there are so many. Like, this first round is stacked. I think it's just like it gets lost in the fact that there hasn't, outside of Pickett, been a real focus on QBs. Whereas most draft classes are judged by the quarterbacks, I feel. The fact this was quite light on QBs, everyone's been like, all right, cool, draft. But really, absolutely stacked that first round with just some freak athletes. And it's going to be fun to see how many of those go on to be all pros, if any turn out to be busts, unfortunately. And I'm more excited for the guys lower down, like that Tariq Woolen, like Khalil Shakir, who's John Hightower 2.0. Would not mind him, where there's no real space for him now, so I guess that dream's over. But yeah, it's definitely a fun class.
Ravens are selecting Tyler Linderbaum with a 20 pick. Man, I'll tell you.
25.
They traded Marquise. They traded Hollywood Brown, and I don't think that's a good move, especially with the lack of receivers they currently have on the roster. But a Kyle Hamilton and Tyler Linderbaum draft is as good as it gets.
It's fundamental, isn't it? Yeah, it's a fundamentally sound draft. And also, don't forget as well, like if you look at the players that are left, George Pickens is still there, obviously. Christian Watson's still there. Sky Moore is still going to be there.
Jermaine Johnson.
John Mechie's still going to be there.
Oh, you're talking receivers for Baltimore. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. No, I mean, it's all there's a lot of guys left that Baltimore could still get. What picks do they even have? I swear they have like a massive gap in picks. Or am I making that up? You can Google it.
For Baltimore?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they have 4. They added like 4 fourth-round picks with the latest trade.
Right, okay. I was going to say, so an hour ago it says they've got 14, 45, 76, and this is before the trade. Okay, no, they're well positioned then. That's fine. Yeah.
You know what would be an interesting one that I'm thinking of that could very well intrigue, I think, the draft. Right now, the way it stands, it's Tennessee, Tampa, Green Bay, New England, Kansas City, Cincinnati, Minnesota to round up the first round. What if Tennessee takes Malik Willis here?
Ooh. Well,
think of they're looking to get younger. They're looking to get younger. They're looking to get cheap talent, and even with Treylon Burks, if you're saying, okay, well, the comp is A.J. Brown anyway, and we got him on a rookie deal, that's all fine and well. What if they take their quarterback here?
Yeah, that's...
Or they sit here and say, screw it, get the best player available and go Jermaine Johnson. Because for some reason, nope, never mind. The Jets are trading up with Tennessee for number 26. The Jets are taking Johnson here. The Jets are absolutely taking Jermaine Johnson, and what a haul for the New York Jets if that happens. You got Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, and Jermaine Johnson all in the first round.
That's Joe Douglas, isn't it? That's what he does.
I got to tell you, there are a lot of winners in this class. It's very difficult for me to pick a true winner. I think Philadelphia is clearly a winner because of the A.J. Brown and Jordan Davis trade. But the Jets, with 3 great players, the Giants, I think, are winners here because of the move for Kayvon Thibodeau and Evan Neal. And Baltimore, Linderbaum and Kyle Hamilton. We have a few teams here that have gone a lot better.
Yeah. Who was the team last year that absolutely smashed it? I mean, the Jets did again, to be fair, last year. I seem to remember being very envious.
The Jets are strong.
And also think the Ravens as well last year.
But honestly, I personally think that when you're looking at a team who won, I think Philadelphia won big time.
Yeah.
Because you had Devontae Smith and a first-round pick, which became Jordan Davis.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. I'm very intrigued to see how this pans out. If it was me personally, I don't know. Half of me is quite selfish, thinking I don't know if AJ Brown's going to get that level of production now. He's going to be essentially a 1B receiver. I need to see a kind of like historical dive as to how those tandems pan out of a 2-star wideouts and whether it can really work and coexist. So I think with those guys they can, because there is that inner camaraderie there. But I don't know. Part of me is like, look, you've bought Devontae Smith. He's the guy. does that put his nose out of joint? Now there's some $100 million man, alongside him. So I don't know. I do feel a little bit weird just from that point. It just wouldn't be a position that I pay that premium on when you've just drafted a star, if the whole point is to get cheaper and have that ability. But I will
the Jets trade the 35th, the 69th, and a 5th round pick. They get the 26th overall and a 3rd round pick back. What are the Titans doing?
Yeah, they just trying to implode. Very weird. Nick says, off to it, how are you feeling about Sixers v Miami? It'll be fun. It's really weird. So my 2 best friends in England, one of them's a Toronto fan, one's a Miami fan. So this is just going to be absolute chaos all round. But it is going to be interesting now, though, that we have hit 80 likes, which means once again we have to deafen it. We have to bring back the song as promised. I thought it'd be fun to get to 50 likes. We've got to 81. It's been a hell of a night. Good vibes all round. We give the people what they want. 81 likes. They only ever liked it for that content, I swear.
Lamar Jackson just tweeted out about 4 minutes ago, WTF.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I think I'd be a bit stunned as well.
But honestly, to be quite honest, the Ravens are a lot better today.
It's probably, he's lost a receiver and got himself the best center in the draft. And the best defensive player in the draft. Who's going to draw a lot of comparisons to another Ravens safety just because of the heritage and the history we all know. But yeah, perfect landing spot for him. I mean, if I'm Lamar, I'm not really too worried. I'm sure they're going to add. Do you know what? I genuinely can see someone like Khalil Shakir go into Baltimore. I mean, that's just a Ravens pick now. That has got that written all over it, and it breaks my heart. If that happens, I think I might cry because I get an inch closer to liking the Ravens each year because they just seem to knock out the park. It is that Ozzie Newsome school of scouting, isn't it? Like the Jets, the Ravens, and the Eagles all just seem to, in the past few years, do really well at drafting. It's so fascinating.
It's the same thing. Yeah, no, I completely agree. I keep thinking, and I'm trying to find, and I'm trying to decide who wins this draft. But especially in round 1, you've got a lot of winners here. Like the Lions, you have Aiden Hutchinson, and who was their pick? It was a receiver. I'm trying to remember.
Oh,
hold on.
Olave?
No, Olave went to. Hold on, sorry. Olave went to the Saints. Let me pull this back up.
Have a look. Let's get it up. I'm too tired to function. My caffeine's running out now. Oh, Williams. That was it. Williams. Big Jameson.
Oh, Williamson. Yeah. Jaguars are trading up for the 27th overall pick. So Tampa is now out. I mean, and this is another interesting one because the receivers are pretty much gone. They technically need an offensive lineman because they took Walker. But, oh, man. We're now getting to the point where we have to sit and think about what's going to happen with these next couple of picks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it could very well shape out what we're going to be looking at for tomorrow.
Yeah,
Joshua Stone. Josh Stone. He likes our linebackers. We can get one next year. Worst case, DM. We have Sweat. I wanted an edge too, but Davis was just too talented. Josh, I agree. I think the linebacker position with Kazir White is significantly better than with guys like Singleton. So this defense after tonight is better, and they have questions on the back end. They need a safety, they need a corner, absolutely. But Liam alluded to this, where Marcus Epps played like a starter last season. He was not bad, and he played like a starter. I think the team is trying to bank to see if he can develop into a perennial Pro Bowl player by his PFF grade and his overall grades and coverage. I think he could definitely take that next step because he's still very young. But I think a corner is a very safe pick in the next couple of rounds, whether it's in round 2, whether it's in round 3. The team will be going corner. It's just a matter of who.
Let me go through this as well. So now we brought up Marcus Epps. I just got the article that I wrote here. Because there was a lot of talk about, obviously, the Honey Badger for the past month. That sort of dominated a lot of Eagles Twitter conversation. PFF had Epps graded as the second best safety in run defense with 88.9. Right. Anthony Harris played over the top in that free safety role, which meant that the Eagles wanted a strong tackler to complement him who can come in the box and make plays. So Epps missed 6.8% of his tackles that year, which is a security, if you like. Honey Badger missed 9.5, and that was his second best season. And you think Honey Badger's been in the league for what, 8 years now? 7, 8 years? And that's his second best rate. Now, a head-to-head, Honey Badger's going to give up less give up more because the numbers are skewed in the roles that they play. But at the end of the day, it's Anthony Harris who's coming back next season to cover a lot of that traffic over the top. And you want Epps to be that inside safety in that kind of tandem pairing that they've got. Yes, Honey Badger's versatile. Yes, I think he's a lot of fun to watch and he fits the Philadelphia mentality perfectly. He's also going to want a lot of money. Epps is in his contract year. He's going to cost the team like $850,000, which is nothing.
Yep.
If you can just see what you've got for a year, someone that was a special teamer that has risen up, and I would say earn at least a shot to play alongside Harris for that second year. Again, you don't need to have a big-time safety just yet. Draft one by all means. Have the long-term vision. But if you're going to pay a premium for Tyrann Mathieu right now, it's going to be pretty big money for one of the better safeties in the NFL who's going into his 30s. Then at the end of next season, you've got Nate Herbig, Isaac Seumalo, Miles Sanders, and Javon Hargrave all entering free agency. It's not going to be as easy as just like, we'll give Matthew money. And now they've paid AJ Brown as well. Like, if it comes down to it, Marcus Epps isn't that bad. And isn't that bad, it's just going to be just enough to get them over this hump so they can find their next franchise guy.
The Jaguars have selected Devin Lloyd. So the Bucks get 33, 106, and 180 from the Jags. And the Jags pair Walker with Devin Lloyd. Another questionable pick for me, at least, just because of the Jaguars. And again, I think this is more of Balky is making these picks over Doug Peterson. And I think that's a very strong statement to make, especially because of how bad it got between Howie and Doug Peterson in Philly. And now he's basically doing this whole thing over again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really weird to see, isn't it, how like patterns sort of emerge with coaches and stuff. But I'm glad we're getting some Marcus Epps love in the chat. Very exciting to see. Love that. And I agree with Josh. It sucks that Kayvon hasn't worked out. I think we are all unanimously excited about Kayvon just because he had the support of Brian Dawkins, most importantly. There was that direct link there. He played a similar way. Championship level team in Clemson. Very underrated, very physical, and for whatever reason, be that in the way of injury, be it in the way of just not being quite there yet, hasn't panned out. We may see a step forward this season, but yeah, definitely disappointing.
Just following along here. A little surprised that Devin Lloyd went before Dean, just because I feel that and I understand the height issue that's going to be a problem for a lot of teams. But I thought Dean, being from the SEC, the fact that he was on that Georgia defense and was a big player for that Georgia defense, him falling potentially out of the first round now is a very interesting move here. And with Green Bay on the clock now, do they take George Pickens? Do they trade out to go, get out of the first round? A lot of questions here because you've got a lot of teams, New England, Cincinnati, Minnesota, Kansas City, that could really use players, but could also use draft picks. So you could be seeing a few more trades in this first round.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I just wanted to quickly run through as well, guys. I know we've still got 40 of you here. It's 11 p.m. there. It's 4 a.m. here. Just wanted to say a massive thank you to you all for hanging out with us in what has been a roller coaster NFL draft so far. Still got a few more picks left, like 4 or 5 picks left to go. But just thank you for spending your evening with us. We will be here tomorrow and Saturday as well. So every round, every pick is going to be analysed by myself, by Nick, by all of our Eagles team through stream, through articles, through videos. We're going to spam you with all the draft content you want. So if you are just finding us and you haven't subscribed yet, it would be great if you could. If you have, just hitting that like button helps a massive amount, just growing this stream and this wholesome community. And really quickly on that note, if you're not in our Discord server yet, I'll grab a link so you can join that as well. So we've got, I want to say close to 200, just like diehard Eagles fans in there right now. It's a good place where, look, if you're like me, I work too much, I don't really have many friends. I just kind of talk about the Eagles and mainly watch golf and play it. So I don't really have many friends. So the Discord's a pretty cool way. If you're an Eagles fan and you just want to chat to new like-minded people, they're all wholesome and lovely. It's a great place to talk birds and make friends. So I will get a link in there if you're not already. And yeah, that's sort of our little speech, really. Give me 2 secs. I'll grab it now. There you go. So there's a link to the Discord. I'll pin that at the top. So if you do want to come and say hello to all the boys, they're all in there. There you go.
Guys, for those listening, I want to hear your opinion. Let's give a letter grade for this Eagles first round. The addition of A.J. Brown via trade, and also now the mauler that is Jordan Davis. Give us a grade. What do you guys think?
It's tricky. I think I'd go B plus purely just because I have some slight reservations about the contract. Like, you are paying a premium for, it's $100 million, 4 year. I understand AJ Brown is probably the best wideout in the NFL from like an age perspective of like 24 years old, the season he's just had. I get it. Is he going to be able to do that in Philadelphia with Hurts and alongside a 1A receiver? I don't know. So I like it from an overall standpoint. That's the only issue I've got. Jordan Davis, home run, A star all the way, A plus. I like AJ Brown. I love what he'll bring to the offense. It's going to be a scary looking offense with Zach Pascal, with Dallas Goedert, and that run game as well. I just want to make sure there's enough pieces to go around. You know, like the one thing I remember talking to Jordan Matthews a few years ago, and I know I'm rambling here, and he said he likened the 2016 offense to the Golden State Warriors, in that if Steph Curry couldn't go, you had KD. If KD couldn't go, you had Draymond. If Draymond can't go, Clay's in the corner. And that has been sort of this identity for a while. And now it's almost like it's shifting to a super team, get every star we can on offense. And it does look a little bit interesting. So, yeah, I would say B+. What about you, Nick? Well, that's a big smile there.
I'll give my pick in 1, but the Packers select Devontae Wyatt at 28.
Jeez.
They do not draft a wide receiver
Why?
in the first round.
I
don't get it. I really don't get it. But anyway, going back to my grade, this is an A draft. It's an A draft. And in terms of the contract, I am not worried about it at all. Mostly because by the end of his contract, that's the beginning of negotiations for Devontae Smith in his rookie deal. Because Devontae Smith has a 5th-year option, and by the end of that, A.J. Brown will be at the end of his free agent, his contract with Philadelphia already. So this team is significantly better already than they were 5 hours ago. And that's really what it comes down to. You have the replacement for Fletcher Cox, the new stalwart of the defensive line in Jordan Davis. You have 2 number 1 receivers to pair with a Pro Bowl tight end in Dallas Goedert. You will find out right now if Jalen Hurts is the guy to lead you to a Super Bowl this season. Yeah, if he improves, if he continues to work, it's going to be an excellent, excellent choice. BLG recently just posted A.J. Brown, his PFF grade was 4th in 2019. I think it was 5th in 2020 and 13th in 2021. This is a great receiver coming to the team that has desperately missed on wide receiver for years. And the fact is, they did not trade for an old one. You talk about Tyreek Hill. He's getting up there in age. Devontae Adams. They aren't young players anymore. These are guys in the middle or towards the end of their prime that are saying, show me the money. I have my ring. I have all these stats. Show me the money. With A.J. Brown, you have a receiver that is 24 years old. By the time his contract is up, he's going to be 28. 28 years old.
What I will say as well, if we just play a quick game of this or that, Would you rather AJ Brown or Christian Kirk?
AJ Brown.
Especially in that contract. AJ Brown or Allen Robinson?
AJ Brown. I'm
AJ
sorry.
Brown or Calvin Ridley?
AJ Brown.
AJ Brown or Robert Woods?
Oh,
And
that's
there you go.
unbelievable.
And I think that's the nicest way to look at it is that
Yeah. I
at the end of the
completely agree.
day, we were all planning, we were all pining for this Eagles team to go out and spend big money in free agency and lure them home. Couldn't do it. Well, AJ Brown unfortunately didn't have a choice. He got kind of pulled from Tennessee in. But they've got a much better receiver at a younger price who isn't overpaid. I'd say he's probably moderately priced. Like, is he the third best receiver in the league? He could be. I could see that in the next few years. So yeah, I think that there's overall it's nothing to complain about. My concerns is bigger picture because I'm just anxious. I worry about everything. But yeah, overall it's been a very good draft. And I think the fact that, like you said, they're going out and trading for a proven vet, but who's young and it's not an old guy. They're not signing a free agent who's off a hip injury, who has been, shouting at his former team and stuff. So it's the fact that they're still getting younger, they're still getting faster, and they've got an offensive foundation. Smith and Brown will now both be there for 4 years. That's a good core to have for 4 years,
And the thing is, we talk about that core. You look at the Eagles' offense right now; it's incredibly young.
Yeah,
Incredibly young. The oldest players are Jason Kelsey and Lane Johnson. And you have replacements for them all under the age of 27.
Yeah.
Landon Dickerson, Andre Dillard, whether you want to put Jordan Mailata in there is your choice. But this offense is incredibly young. And if Jalen Hurts doesn't work out, you're going to have an even younger quarterback joining a still very young organization. Howie Roseman in the Doug Peterson and Jim Schwartz era, it was all about getting the veterans needed to make a Super Bowl run and get the Super Bowl run. And they realized that it didn't work because these aging players kept getting hurt. And that's just how it always is with aging players. It's the reason why the Over the Hill gang in the 1960s and 70s didn't win a Super Bowl in Washington. They never did. They got to the Super Bowl twice, and they lost both times. They never got that far. And you take a look at the youth, you take a look at what this team is trying to do, and they're saying we need to get younger, and we will build that core to be great and let them grow into greatness like they did in the 2000s. That team in 2000 was very young. That team in 2001 was very young. And they built that core to the point where in 2004, all you needed was one or two pieces. They got one or two pieces, and boom, you're in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, 110% agree with that. I still can't believe that the Packers haven't taken a wide receiver, though. That is just...
It's
Like,
nuts.
Aaron Rodgers has just got to wonder, what is going on, at this
And the
point.
thing is, even with that, okay, you don't trust first-round receivers, that's perfectly fine. You just traded away your number one all-pro receiver.
Yeah. Sure.
Patriots are selecting offensive lineman Cole Strange.
Oh, that's strange. Sorry.
Patriots needed offensive line help. They also need speed on the defensive end. Andrew Booth is still available.
Yeah, I'm very, very surprised that Andrew Booth
And
is slipping.
they let J.C. Jackson go.
Yeah, I thought they'd go for him, to be honest. That or maybe even a reach from McCreary or someone, but yeah. I don't know what the deal is with Booth or what we're missing here.
There's got to be an injury. There's got to be an injury.
It's surprising. But well, yeah, we will see what happens, I guess, going into tomorrow now that it's... I don't know where we're going to think about tomorrow, though. Roughly, where are we looking at right now in terms of players that are going to be left on the board? Where would the Eagles go from here? I think safety has to be the first priority right now.
Safety or corner.
Yeah, safety or corner. Outside of that, just have fun with it, just vibe. Just vibe, see what happens. You've ticked off most needs this offseason. You've got yourself a wide receiver. You've got Hassan Reddick. You've got yourself just pretty much everything that you need to sustain for a little while. More importantly, you've got an absolute mauler in Jordan Davis on the defensive front. Just go and vibe. Just go and find those developmental guys now. Especially a running back wouldn't hurt. now that you've got that foundation there, a running back wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. James Cook, I'm looking at you. It would not be the worst thing in the world.
Nope. But here's the thing. I would take Cook in round 3. I don't think he's because here's the thing. You're going to have no running back has been taken in the first round yet. Not a single one. And you look at that from the perspective of there's going to be a lot of them in round 2, most likely, whether that's Tampa, whether that's, Seattle or the Jets or whatever, take your pick. But it's that third round, I think, is if they were to take a corner, if they were to take a running back, it's probably in round 3, round 4.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me at all. 86 likes so far, guys. You've been absolute champions all night. Thank you for all the support on this stream. Just a heads up as well, we will be back tomorrow and Saturday. Is the draft always Thursday, Friday, Saturday? I swear it's only Friday to Sunday. Is it?
Well, it originally, when it was in New York, it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
That's what I thought.
And then they made day 1 a full day, and then they pushed everything forward.
Okay. Yeah, anyway, either way, we will be here Friday and Saturday as well. So make sure that if you did enjoy tonight, do come back. We'd love to have you back with us. If you didn't, sorry, it can't be helped. Yeah, I'm stunned why it fell that far as well. I know there are a couple of question marks and people basically saying that he didn't really get the respect he deserves because of who he's playing with. And that's, I think, the only issue on a team like Georgia, where when there's that many guys that are all first-round picks, like, it's easy to kind of have your skill set, I would say, overpowered and overshadowed by those bigger boys.
I will say, and again, I'm not going to speculate. I'm just merely responding and bringing out a report that was given a couple days ago. The report was that there was a defensive lineman in this class that had gang affiliations, and the only defensive lineman arrested for, issues was Devontae Wyatt. It does not surprise me that he fell that late in round 1. I'm not going to speculate and beat Chip Kelly and say that this guy's a bad egg, but he already has an arrest on his record. That is measured a lot when we talk about what kind of player a lot of teams want to have.
Yeah, for sure. So picks in for... Do we know this Patriots pick? I can't tell how far behind this stream is now. Like, everyone's so far ahead with beat reports and stuff. Is this where they take the lineman, isn't it?
Yeah, so this is Cole Strange.
Yeah. Right.
Latest report, Sean McVay and Les Snead were talking to a reporter. Cole Strange was selected. He goes, how about that? And to think we wasted our time watching him, thinking he'd be available at 104.
Wow. Jeez. That's like
Chiefs
people
select
view teams and players so differently. It's wild.
Chiefs select George Karlaftis.
Oh, amazing. He dropped. I thought he was like mid-first.
But honestly, him dropping makes sense if Jermaine Johnson fell. Like, Jermaine Johnson fell to 26.
Yeah.
And people were talking about him being in the top 10.
Yeah, I think that was definitely I would say a consensus that the edge rushers weren't worth it this year. The corners definitely were. Outside of Booth, the corners went very early. It was very clear, like, right, the corners and the receivers are going to be off the ball quick. And I think the Eagles played it right. Like, the Eagles got the best of that situation. Like, if they were going to go edge rusher, they would have probably overpaid for, looking back now, Johnson. They would have overpaid for Karlaftis or whoever it may be. They got the best defensive tackle in the draft. Where roughly he was going to go. Like, that's a dub. That's a dub. They didn't overpay for that. Can the Eagles win the East? I think so. I think they can win the East. It's going to very much fall on Jalen Hurts, but I think they can.
Here's the thing. That is not, and I will say this, 10 wins is no longer, is the minimum for this season. This offense should be lethal. With Jalen Hurts, with A.J. Brown, with Goddard, with Sanders, with Gainwell, with Smith, you're looking at a team that is expected and should be expected to win 10-plus games. Winning the division is now expected. Very similar to how it was with Carson Wentz and the team and how they continue to make moves. And you said, okay, playoffs again. You got to make a run. This is now the expectation for the Philadelphia Eagles once again.
100%. Yeah, it's going to be really intriguing, I think, next year, just to see how Jalen Hurts does. Like, I'll do an article on this. I don't want to rip into Jalen Hurts, draft weekend. It feels a bit shallow, but there's definitely this sense of, all right, if you're the guy, go and show us. We've given you 2021. This is on you now. Like, you've asked us for a pay raise. You've got it. Now go and perform like the guy that we think you are. That essentially is what they've done. They've got him everything he could ever dream of, and it's like investing in someone. It's like, look, we'll give you everything you want, but you better perform. And if he doesn't, it's like, it's such a... Imagine being Jalen Hurts as well, knowing that they've done all this for you. In the back of your mind, they've got 2 first-round picks next year to get a QB if you suck. Like, it's literally like your job is on the line the whole year. Like, that is... And it's in the ultimate high stakes. It's not like you can go, the receivers were bad, the line was bad, there's no run game. Like, this is now, like, very much Jalen Hurts or bust. It's so weird.
And I agree to that to a point, only because it's gotten to the point where they've done, and I will come out and say this very, very, very bluntly, they have done more for Jalen Hurts and to surround him with talent and to surround him with young talent that you can grow with than they did with Carson Wentz.
Yeah, for sure.
And you can say, well, it's the injury and Foles and the contract that was given. All very fair points. And Wentz didn't really do himself any favors towards the end of that run. But they didn't give him a player like A.J. Brown. They didn't give him a player like Devontae Smith. And you put those two together with that offensive line, and you are talking about a very, very good football team that should put up, on average, in the high 20s, low 30s in points per game next year.
Yeah, it's going to be so fun. I mean, you also got a thing as well about the running backs they face. Like, let me just put, this is another interesting point. Like, let me pull up the Eagles' opponents. I think the schedule's out yet, but the opponents for 2022. Give me 2.
But that's the thing, though, Liam. You mentioned the teams. You play the AFC South.
So you've already got the Colts offense, Jonathan Taylor. Right, you've got Dallas Cowboys with Zeke, you've got Saquon Barkley, you've got Aaron Jones, you've got Dalvin Cook, Derrick Henry's another one, you've got a mobile QB with Kyler Murray, I assume. You've got the Steelers who are always ferocious in the run game, the Saints have Alvin Kamara, and you get Jordan Davis, who is a run defense monster. That in itself, like even an immediate thing, is a way where, look, you could look at this schedule a few months back and say, yeah, all right, the NFC East sucks, but the Packers, the Vikings, the Titans, the Cardinals, the Saints, they're all going to drop big, L's on the Eagles. I don't think they will now. I really think that this team can go toe-to-toe. There's not a team in this schedule that they can't go toe-to-toe with. We just go through them.
I completely agree.
Like, if you go, can the Eagles beat Washington? Yes. Chicago? Yes. Dallas? Yes. Detroit? Yes. Houston? Yes. Colts will be the toss-up, but yes. Giants? Yes. Cowboys toss-up? Yes. Giants again, yes.
Hill.
What, sorry?
Daxton Hill is going to Cincinnati with the 31st pick. That's a stunner. I thought they'd go a line.
Packers, toss-up, but the offense can hang. Vikings, offense can hang. Jags, yes. Titans, offense can hang now. Cardinals, offense can hang. Steelers and Saints. The Eagles can hang in these games. It is not like last year where you're like, oh, well, they'll be lucky not to get blown out. This team has got enough of a foundation to compete without going overbearingly aggressive to do so. And that's probably the best way to look at it.
It's with the way this team is constructed now, there are needs. There are issues that this team still has to solve. But we also know that free agency does not end for Howie Roseman after the draft. They got Steven Nelson last year on a very team-friendly deal after the draft. So you look at it from that perspective, whether it's the Honey Badger, whether it's other players and other corners and vet corners, the team is going to be a lot better than the 2021 version because the offense is going to be a lot better. Jalen is expected to be a lot better. He's got better weapons around him. I think this pretty much guarantees that Jalen Reagor will be shipped off for a late round pick this year, whether it's a 5th, whether it's a 4th, it doesn't really matter. But I think it's fair to say that him or JJ are going to be traded at some point in this draft because there's just no room for him anymore. you're looking at a team that's significantly better right now than it was last season.
Absolutely agree with that. Absolutely. There's also a video going around and just tweeting on the PSN account of Jalen Hurts and AJ Brown on FaceTime, just having a very wholesome catch up, which is what we like to see. Straight in there.
Yeah.
Hey, let's do it, man. Hey, what's happening, man? Hey, let's do it, man. Boy. Hey, let's do it, man. Say no more.
I love our quarterback. He's a great guy to root for. He's so easy to root for.
I know, yeah. He's very organic. Very organic.
It reminds me so much of McNabb. Everything he does and the way that he presents himself, it reminds me so much of how McNabb was here in Philadelphia.
Yeah. Definitely so. Well, we have one more left, haven't we? One more left, and then that's it.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, what a journey. Also, guys, we're 2 away from 90 likes, and we've got 1 pick left. I reckon we can sneak over that. I think we can get to 90.
Absolutely.
We can do that, boys. If you haven't liked this stream yet, like my OC, it's that thing. It's like having the volume on like 48 and not 50. We gotta pump it to 90, or I won't sleep at night. Go at 80. We're 1 away. Thank you, guys. There, we've done it. Well in, boys. Well in. Absolute heroes, all of you. Thank you so much for the support tonight. What a great group of fans you are. Best fans on the planet. I've always said PSN has the best fans and the best community, just because I think Philadelphia as a whole is the most passionate city in the world. So you take that, you take a wholesome outlet, you get wholesome fans. It's amazing. But again, if you do want to join our Discord server, there is a link pinned at the top of the chat. And you're just going to have a community filled with like-minded fans who are, very passionate about the Eagles. And just want to make friends. So if you want to talk more Eagles in a more civilized setting where everyone gets on, definitely check it out. And don't forget, again, we are live. I do want to be cheeky and see if we can push 100 likes, but I don't also want to be sat here begging for likes, because we're not about that. But if you do feel generous, we'll be cool to hit 100. And since we've hit 90, we do have to bring the song back. All right, I don't make the rules, but I do make the rules. And Nick's face very much says it all there. But it's okay. It is what it's here for, right? Where is it? I've got to scroll down. I've been doing so much tweeting. There we go. There we go. What a dub that is. What a dub that is. So it's just the Vikings left, and then what time's the draft start tomorrow? Is it 5 p.m. tomorrow, I think?
I think it's 5.
I want to say 5.
But I will not be in attendance. So viewers that came here to watch my antics, I apologize. But it's celebration time tomorrow. I'll explain more on Saturday. But yes, it's all great stuff.
Yeah, we're gonna have some more wholesome news for PSN related coming your way very soon, I'm sure. But yeah, no. So who we got? We got Brian will be about. I think Zach, Chris maybe. I think Morgan potentially. Colin potentially. Oh, Colin will be because there's no game 7 now, so I think he will be. Josh says you're inspiring. I dropped all up. Oh, dude, yeah, that's very kind of you. Very kind of you. Thank you so much, man. I will say if you're thinking about making your own website, just do it, honestly, man. I was like 19 when I made mine, and I didn't know what it had become. I just wanted an outlet to talk about the Eagles at the time. I had no idea it would lead me to not only the place of where I am, where I get to do this full time, but the relationships that I have with our team of writers, the relationships I have with you guys for accepting me, making me feel like I have a home in Philadelphia, without having never gone there. Just do it, man. If you're passionate about it, if you want to write, if you've got an angle, just send it. What's the worst that can happen is that it doesn't take off. You have fun writing, you take that experience and that skill, you apply it to something else. That was what I did with my original career, which was in TV. And without that, I wouldn't have the confidence to sit in front of a camera and play a Clayton Dawson song at 4:29 in the morning and jump about like a lunatic. So definitely do it, man. Just have the confidence you can absolutely accomplish it. If you've got that idea, it's better to have an idea and send it than just let it itch away and burn. And a wise man once told me that if something eats you up alive at night, every night, that you should be doing this or that you want to do this, do it, because it ain't going away. And the sooner you do it, the better you feel about yourself. So there you are. There's a very cringe inspirational speech to 3 people, if it applies to you. But yeah, do it, man. Keep us posted as well. Be sure to drop it in. Let us know what you're doing and what the angle is. I'm sure we'll check it out and give you some support. But yeah, it's been a hell of a roller coaster, even from PSN. And while I've got you all here, because I'm assuming we've got the PSN diehards in now, it's tail end of the draft, the picks have happened. I do just want to say a massive thank you. The last couple of years for me have just been absolutely crazy. To go back to 2020 mid-COVID, where I was doing again 3 articles, a stream, a video a day, burning out everywhere. To where we are now, where PSN was bought by Schnett's Media, who own Metro Philadelphia. We are the Metro Philadelphia sports section now, which is unbelievable to see our names in print. We have live streams like this. It's just been an insane journey. It's been an incredible journey, and it wouldn't have been possible without you guys. And I would fully understand if me disappearing for 6 months would have, caused a lot of you guys to just never come back and get your sports takes elsewhere. And there have been some amazing channels that have come up in that gap, I think Philly Mike is one of the big ones. Massive amount of respect for what he does. And I'd fully get it, because you come to me for content, it disappears. But the fact you came back, it means everything to me. So just thank you for always being there. It means the world. You have no idea how much impact you have on myself and the future of PSN. And I promise that we will always make the best product we can. And hopefully the website looks better than it ever has. Our YouTube's better than it has been. There'll be some podcasts coming. We've got you covered. I'm never too far away. I'm always either writing content or managing stuff. But I feel like I'm in a good place now to attack YouTube again, hopefully. And now everything's settled. And we'll go from there. But yeah, I know Nick had a bit of a face early on, so I'm assuming something's happened and was waiting for the soppy speech to end. But yeah.
Nope, all good.
Okay.
Lewis Sign is taken by the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh.
The Vikings do not get Kyle Hamilton, but they get probably the next best thing with a very good corner.
Yeah, I can see a lot of Minnesota in him. You can definitely see he's got that sort of tenacity in his play. He's a very aggressive safety. Yeah, it'll be a dream fit in Minnesota for sure. Which maybe would have been a good fit in the Eagles, obviously, because they run very similar defensive schemes, which is a little bit annoying. But yeah, I guess that brings us to the end of our first night of streaming. I think I've accidentally said half of my parting words already, so I won't repeat myself. But Nick, anything you would like to tell our lovely listeners and watchers at this point?
Tune into Saturday. It's going to be a great news to share with the entire group that's going to be watching. However, A+ draft on night 1 for the Philadelphia Eagles. They're in great hands, and I cannot wait to see that offense next year with A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts there and Devontae Smith. This is going to be exciting and a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Boys, thank you so much for hanging out. Just a quick shout as well to Nick, to Chris, to Brian, and to Zach for giving up their time and hopping on this live stream this evening. It'll be very hard for me to talk myself into oblivion otherwise. And I've done a fantastic job in providing some really insightful analysis and keep it entertaining for you guys, which is what we want it about. And secondly, again, just a big thank you to you all for making this possible. And for, again, the NFL draft is one of the biggest, days of the football year, right? Everyone wants to see their team, who they get. They turn on NFL Network or ESPN. The fact that you come to us to share that experience with, a really, I would say, ritualistic, very important day for a football fan. You share that with us, of all people, means everything. So we'll see you tomorrow. Go Birds. It's been a hell of a draft day. We will keep it up, Mike. Don't worry. The video should also upload to YouTube, so you can go back and get all the good reactions out of it. And we'll be alive tomorrow around half an hour before the actual draft show. So I believe 4:30 p.m. If I'm not mistaken. And yeah, enjoy your evening, guys. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you guys.
one and only soul that has no helper. Oh, maybe I'm just alone. I trust my gut, but I've never let it go so far now. I wanna know what you thought you had done when you allow me to be all the things that I'm not. Well, it seems like I'm caught every time you remind me. You're right, take away my pride, to burn it to the ground so we can start again. My crime's a legend to remind, to burn it to the ground so we can start again. So burn it to the ground. I lost the course, the fight to change my life. There seems no time for respite. Maybe you should just go. I changed my ways, but I never thought I'd find no time to hide in my mind. In the hope you would stay when you allow me to be all the things that I'm not. Well, it seems that I'm caught every time you